Building websites used to be simple. We had a single design, we had to make the site look exactly like that design, and then we were done. Now, there's some problems with that. Browsers used to render things differently, but at the end of the day, we just had this one layout to do. It was completely static. We just had to recreate what probably a Photoshop document that we were given looked like, and that was it. Now we have to take a design and we have to make it work on every device, from sometimes a watch screen up to an 80-inch television. That's not necessarily something that's super easy to do. But we have the fundamentals down. We understand how to make a static site, so it's time to get into the responsive frame of mind, and we're going to work our way up from getting a design to simply work on a single screen size to being able to get it to work on any device. Thinking responsively isn't easy at first, but we are going to work our way up. We're going to be exploring the do's and don'ts, and we're going to look at how we can plan things out to make our life a little bit easier in the long run. But do know this is just an introduction to thinking responsively. We're not covering everything there is in this module about how to build a responsive website. We're getting our feet wet with it. We're going to start looking at a few new things, but I don't want to overwhelm. As I've said before, I like teaching through projects. We get a project, we're going to learn the different things we need to get that project to work. And then as we get into more complex projects, we can add on more complexity to the CSS. So we're always adding on new things, but we're not just dumping it all on at first. And this module is really going to set the stage for everything that's going to come. We're going to look at how to approach a layout. So you see a layout, like when you see that layout, what do you do? How do you start planning? How are you supposed to start moving forward? Before we jump into the layouts, though, we're going to look at CSS units because, well, we've seen pixels so far, but we have a whole bunch of different ones. We have ones that are absolute, we have relatives, and percentage are sort of relative units as well. And we're going to be looking at all of those. We're going to be looking at the basics of Flexbox. Now, if you did the CSS crash course, you touched on Flexbox right at the end of it, but we didn't really get into it. We just thought, well, it makes columns, and that was it. So this one's not going to be a deep dive. I have a full module later on in the course. We're going to do a deep dive into Flexbox to really make sure we understand the ins and outs of it, because Flexbox is complex. And again, I don't want to throw all this complexity at you and overwhelm you. Here's how we can start using Flexbox to just make things start working. And once you are comfortable being able to do that, later on, we've had a lot of practice with it, we can up the complexity on it a little bit. And also the basics of media queries. So media queries are an essential tool in adapting our site to different screen sizes. We're going to be seeing in this just how they can work and how we can start using them to make our websites work across different sizes. We are going to work on a few different things, but this is the main thing we're going to be focusing on, which is a 3-page website that we're going to be doing, and we're going to be making it fully responsive. We're going to look at how we can go from the mobile view of that up to this full screen site, just like this one. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to it. So let's jump into the lessons and start learning how we can start thinking responsively. Before we can really take a dive into making responsive websites, the first thing that we need to do is take a bit of a deeper dive into CSS units, because there are many different types of units that we can use. We have absolute units, and this is what we've already been using. We have relative units, and we also have percentage, which is a bit of a special case. So absolute units, you've already seen these. This is the pixel. They're the easiest ones to understand because they're a fixed size and they're always the same size. We also have a whole bunch of other ones that you don't see come up too often. You have points, centimeters, millimeters, inches. If you can think of a unit that exists in the real world, you can use that unit in your designs. Now, the thing that's weird about those, ignoring pixels, we're just thinking of like the point, centimeter, millimeter, inch. If you put your like a ruler up on the screen, they're not really going to correspond to it. You shouldn't really be using them unless you're doing print styles. You can make a style sheet or a set of styles for a document to be printed. In that case, that's fine. But the rest of the time, if you need an absolute fixed unit, go with your pixel. We also have percentages. So percentages are mainly used for widths, and they're pretty easy to understand because it's a percentage that's relative to the parent. Now, I said they're usually used for widths because on height, things get a little weird. Sometimes it's relative to the height of the parent. Sometimes it's actually relative to the width of the parent, but we're not setting heights very often. We're going to see some use cases later on in this course where we will be setting heights, but for now, we're going to be sticking with percentages for widths because that's usually where we're going to be using them. And it makes it really easy both to do something that's going to be like 80% of the whole browser window, or if it's children, sometimes you want 2 columns, so one of them is 60% and one of them is 40%, or 70% and 30%, and you know they're taking up the 100% total. So it's much easier than trying to calculate the actual pixel dimensions on things when you use percentages. The last type is relative units, and there are 2 different types of relative units. units that are relative to font sizes, and there's units that are relative to the viewport. So the viewport is your browser window. In this starting to think responsively, we're not going to get into the viewport unit. We're going to focus on the ones that are relative to font size because they're used so much more. The viewport units have special cases. They are definitely used in some situations, and we are going to look at them in this course, just not in this module. Now, the idea of having units that are relative to font size, it might sound a little bit complicated, but once you start playing around with them, it's really not that bad. So as I said, we're only going to be paying attention to the ones that are relative to font size for now and not the viewport units. So the two units we're going to be seeing are M and Rem. There are actually other ones as well. You have a CH unit and some others, but we're not going to get into them for now. We're going to focus on the M and the Rem because these are the ones that are used the most often. The viewport units, just so you know them, we have the VW, VH, Vmin, Vmax. They stand for the viewport width and height, and then the viewport minimum or maximum, which those ones are weird and they have specific use cases, but the VW and VH are pretty handy. As I said, we're not going to get to them in this module though. So that's it for our quick introduction into the different units. In the next one, we're going to get our hands dirty with a little bit of code. And since we've already been using pixels, which is an absolute unit a lot, we're going to take a dive in the next video and look at how percentages work and get our hands dirty with a layout. So we're going to start with percentages instead of M and Rem just because it's much easier to understand how they work. So if we look at a layout like this, and we will be making this layout in the next module of the course once we've learned how to think responsively, because we're going to make it responsive. We're going to make this work on small screens up to big screens, and that's going to be our project in the next one. But for now, just looking at this and thinking about it with what we know at the moment, I would have a set width on the total size of this. So say I say the entire document here is 960 pixels. So I set a width, I put a container on the whole thing or something, and I say width 960 pixels. So that's fine. And this is a common size we used to use in the really, really old days. And then I have the two parts here. So I need to define an individual width for the left and the right side. So I might say, well, I want that left side to be about 70% of that. So I need to calculate what that is. So I do 960 times 0.7, and that would give me 672 pixels. So now I know the width, and I'd set the width of 672 pixels for my left side. But then there's also the other side, and I have to find out the fixed pixel value for that side. And then I also have padding in there, so then I'd have to start subtracting padding and doing all this. Oh, it's annoying, right? You don't want to have to start thinking about all of these things. And this is for a fixed width. Imagine now you're trying to bring all those numbers into it you're trying to adjust it for different screen sizes. So instead of complicating matters, when we think responsively, we want to simplify matters. A big part of thinking responsively, and sorry if I ever say responsibly, they're so similar. So when we start to think responsively, it's all about trying to simplify and not complicate matters. So you remember this layout, we just finished it, but let's say we wanted to turn this into a more responsive layout instead of the fixed layout like we have now. We can do that. So let's go and take a look at how we can do it. And you can probably guess the one thing that we really need to change is this fixed container width, because right now it has a width of 620 pixels. So we have a set width on that container. I'm also going to turn this border back on just so we can really visualize what's happening while we're playing with this. So I'm going to save that for the moment. We're going to come and take a look at it. And you can see when I play with the screen size, we're set at 620 pixels. So it's working at big screens. But if we go smaller, all of a sudden I run into this problem where I have side scrolling. So I get a scroll bar to go left and right because my screen is too small for the content that's in there. My content is wider than my viewport width, and that causes the side scrolling issue. So if I was going to open this page on a cell phone, it just wouldn't work, right? I would get this issue. I wouldn't be able to see it. I get this weird problem there that I'm not even going to worry about right now. It just does not look good. So how can we fix it? As I mentioned, we want to change this from a set width to a percentage. So what I want you to do right now is change this over to a percentage. It has to be 100% or less, and I would go with less than 100%. It would defeat the purpose of the container if not. Try different sizes, see what they look like, play around with the screen size in the player here, and then once you're happy and you sort of see what's going on, I'm going to dive in and we'll look into it in a little bit more detail. Great, so it's pretty evident. Let's say I do 50% on this. I think it's obvious what's going to happen is those containers are now 50% of the total screen size. You might have got a little surprise with your image sticking off the side, and we'll get to that in a little bit. But we can see with the container now, as I grow or shrink my screen, the container is adjusting itself automatically, which is pretty cool, I think. Because we know the container's width is set to 50%, I know I have 25% on the left there and 25% on the right left over. So that's pretty cool that I can sort of make this container that adapts to my screen size. Now the problem is my image. So before we see how we can actually fix that thing that's going on with the image and understanding that, what I really want you to understand is what is this 50% of? So if my container is 50%, it's always going to be 50% of its parent. So we have a few different containers here, as we can see. This container here is 50% of section 1. This one is 50% of my header, and this one is 50% of section 2. Now, my header, my section 1, and my section 2 don't have widths on them. And block level elements, by default, have a width of 100%. So section 1, section 2, and my header are all 100% of my screen size. So that just means that my container ends up being 50% of my screen size. Now, what would happen if I came and set a width of 500 pixels on my header? Can you take a guess before you come and look at what's actually happening on the page? What do you think has happened to the container that was inside my header? So let's go and take a look at it. And you can see that I've limited my header to 500 pixels. And this container is 50% of that 500. So I get 25% there, 50% here, and then another 25% there. So this container is now smaller than this container on this side because each one is only looking at its parent and it's not looking at anything else. Now, normally I'm not going to have a set width on something because that makes that whole thing look pretty ugly. So we're going to get rid of that and go back and take a look at it. And there we go, we fix that. So just remember always when you're using a percentage, that percentage is always relative to its parent. But a lot of the time, the parent is just defaulting to 100%. We're going to run into situations where maybe that's a little bit different. Even if you feel a little bit confused right now, in the long run, it does actually make our lives much, much, much easier. I'm going to leave this video for here so you can play around with it a little bit. Make sure you really understand how that's working. If you're a little bit unclear, try playing with the width of your header, of your section 1 and your section 2 to really see how this affects it. And then maybe even play around with this width as a percentage just to really make sure it's clear. And then once you figured that out, in the next video, we're going to look at how we can fix that problem that's going on with the image. Okay, so we have our containers that are set at 50% of our total screen size, but we have this really awkward problem that's going on with our image. Our image just does not look very good when it's sticking out the side like that. So how can we fix it? Can you think of a way that we could solve that problem? Is there something that we've looked at so far that would solve it? Because we have all the tools we need to be able to fix that. So see if you can think about it, come into code, try playing around with something, and see if you can solve the width of the image. So hopefully what you thought of is you can actually set a width on your image. So if we come and take a look here, images are a little bit weird. And what you probably don't remember is when we first were looking at block and inline, I mentioned that images are actually an inline element. They can flow with text. If I put an image in a paragraph, the text on that line will actually flow with it, put that image in the paragraph itself. They're a bit of a special case. There's things that are a little bit different with them, but they are technically an inline element. So they're not defaulting to 100% width, they're defaulting to the size of themselves, what that size of the image is. So what we can actually do is we can come in, and I like grouping it sort of here with all the other things that I'm doing in the general area instead of the more specific areas where I'm styling things. And I can select my images, so IMG. I'm not putting a dot, I'm not putting anything else because I'm selecting my image itself. So I'm going to select my image. I'm going to give this a width. Now this width for now, I'm going to give this a width of 250 pixels. It's a set unit. We're not going to leave it there, but just to show you what that does. So look at that. My image size has shrunk down. The one thing you have to be really careful with if you set a width on an image is not to also set a height to it. Because if I set a height on this image, which you can do, it will actually end up stretching the image and distorting it and making it look really, really ugly. Whereas if you only put one or the other, so I could say a height or I could say a width, either one is going to work. And if I only have one of them, it's automatically going to handle the second property. So it's going to keep it in proportion instead of stretching it. So you know now that we can set a width on an image, how do you think we can get that image to match the size of the container? So hopefully you said you use a percentage. And what I want you to do is set it and see if you picked the right percentage. Try and set an actual size on this using percentage and see if it's fitting the way you think it would. All right, so there's two answers people usually think of. One of them is to give it a width of 100%, and the other one is a width of 50%. And the reason a lot of people think of 50% is because on my container, we gave that a width of 50% here. So if this has a width of 50%, it makes sense to give the image a width of 50%. But if you did that, you might have noticed it didn't work. It's pretty small. But if you shrink this, you'll see it is growing and shrinking with my page. So the percentage is working, just not what we thought it was. So we just have to remember what I said before about how percentages work. A percentage is always based on the width of the parent. So if we come and we look in our index here, when we set the width of the container, this was 50% of the width of section 1, which automatically was the full size of my screen. So it ends up being 50% of my screen width. This image, on the other hand, its parent is the container itself. So this image is whatever percentage I set for a width on my image will be a percentage of this container width. So if we come into my styles now, my image, I actually want it to be 100%. So if we go and look again, we can see that it has been fixed. And now, whatever I do here, my image is going to grow and shrink with the size of that container and match everything that's around it, which just makes the layout work much better. So if I come down and get rid of that magenta border and we go and look at it again, we can see that it looks nice and fancy and it fits well with the overall look of the document. The only thing is a 50% width is a little bit small. So if I come down to this, everything is getting a little bit smushed. I'd rather that it's sticking closer to the sides and I'm not getting like this massive, it's almost acting like padding. Look how small that image is. I can barely see it. So it's really common to not have a width of 50%, but to do like a 90% or something like that. Because on small screens, that's going to look a lot better. That's sort of that cell phone type look that you're probably used to having and seeing. But as this gets bigger, we do at one point, now we're getting too big. Lines of text going from one side all the way to the other is really, really awkward. So we want to try and avoid having text that stretches from one side to the other, like what's happening right now. And in the next video, we're going to look at how we can do that. We've got our layout working. It's looking nice and dandy, but it's getting too big now when we're getting up to these big sizes. We don't want that to happen. What we can do to do that is a new property. We're not worrying about a new value right now. We're thinking of a new property. It works with the width, and you probably saw the name of this lesson was min and max width. So we can actually set a width and a maximum or minimum width on an element as well. So I'm going to come and put that border back on here of 2 pixels solid magenta, just so we can really see what's happening once again. And let's come and give this, we have a width of 90%, but I'm also going to give it a max width of 600 pixels. Let's do 620 because that was our original design. So we'll stick with the 620 that we originally had. So now if we come and take a look at this and I refresh, you're going to see it's working at our small screen sizes. Our container's growing, it's staying at 90%. But at one point, it's going to get locked into play, and right around here, it stops growing because it's hit its maximum width. And that means at large screen sizes, my text and line lengths aren't going to get too long, but at small screens, everything works nice and perfectly. So we've sort of got the best of both worlds going now. We can set a set value for the maximum size we want, where we can keep a percentage to let it shrink when we want it to. We can also set a min width. So if I came on here and said min width, I'm going to set it pretty big of 500 pixels. I wouldn't normally do this on a container, but just for demonstration purposes, we have our max. So it's never going to grow bigger than 620. And if I go this way, it will never get smaller than 500. So when I hit 500 pixels, you can see it stops and then I get side scrolling again, which is why I wouldn't set a min width on my container, but it does demonstrate how that property works. So for now, I'm going to take this off. I just wanted to introduce the idea of the minimum width in there, but for the max width, I will leave it on there. When we're starting to think responsively for the container, this is a really, really common property to set on something to give a maximum size. That size really depends on the layout and what you're building. So I'm not going to say that there's a specific max size that you should be going. You will base it on the design that you're doing. I will be going more into some best practices for total lengths and total sizes in a little bit. Interestingly enough, if you put your max width above your width, it's still going to work because they're two different values. Max width and width are two different ones. Same with min width. You can put them in any order in your CSS and it won't have an effect. It's going to work no matter what. So play around with them, see if you can get used to it or figure it out. If it's something that you're finding a little bit confusing, don't stress about it too much. We're going to be using these a lot in the following projects that we're going to be building. It's just going to help reinforce it the more we use it. So you'll get the hang of it in no time. So we're moving on to the M unit, but if you're wanting to get more practice with percentages, don't worry, we're going to get a lot. We're going to be using them throughout this course, but there's two others that we really need to look into. So a quick recap on what relative units are. They call them relative units because they're relative to something else. They're either relative to a font size or to the size of a viewport. So the M and the rem are both relative to the font size of other elements. So M's are always relative to their parent's font size, and the font size is an inherited property. So if you don't declare it anywhere, it's getting it from the size that you set on the body. And if you didn't set it, the body's actually inheriting it from the root, the HTML element, and that has the 16 set on it. Now that I say by default because people can override the font size in the browser in their settings, and so that can actually change what the default is on that property, but we're not going to worry about that at all right now. But let's go and take a look at how they work. So I've kept the site that we were already working on, but I've deleted some stuff and we're going to be playing around with this a little bit. So before we get into the unit itself, I want you to think way back and we're going to create a list. So do you remember how lists work? You can do either an ordered or unordered list. I really don't mind. See if you can remember how they are, but if you don't, that's okay. It's been a long time since we've seen a list, but do your best to try and remember before I go and put one in here. And just give it like 2, 3, 4 elements. Make sure there's not just one list item in there, but there should be multiple list items in there. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and create my own list. I'm going to do an unordered list. So it's a UL, and I'm going to close that UL. And I'm going to come into here and just create a few list items. So open and close LI, and I'm going to put in a few here, and I'll fast forward while I put the content inside of these. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look quickly at what my list looks like there. So we have a bulleted list since I used an unordered list, and we can start styling things up a little bit. So let's come over to my CSS file here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to set my UL to have a font size of 1M. And when I do that, nothing's actually going to change because 1 means copy the font size of the parent. Now, the parent doesn't have a font size on it, so it's going to go down and down and down until it finds something that does have a font size on it. So the font size is being declared all the way up here on my body. So the font size is 18 pixels here. So that means if I change this 18 pixels to, say, 25 pixels, everything stays the same. So my paragraphs got bigger, this got bigger, because as an inherited property, it's sort of the same as setting something as 1M. You're saying match, 1M is saying match the font size of the parent. So it won't actually have an effect. Where it will have an effect is, and I'm going to bring my UL all the way to the top here just so I don't have to scroll up and down. If I change this font size to 1.5, that's the same as saying that this is, so 1.5M is equal to 150% of the font size of the parent. So we can go and look at how that would work. So if I refresh, now this is massive. It's now 150% the size of my paragraphs here, which are the 25 pixel. So whatever I change on here, if I change this down to 10 pixels, this will now, so it'd be 1.5M is 150%. So that means in this case, it would be equal to 15 pixels. So you can do a quick math to figure out exactly. So you can see this is super, super tiny down here at the bottom, whereas this list, at least it's at a readable size. So it's always a relative unit. But as I said, it's always relative to its parent. So in this case, it's inside of section 1. So if I said section 1 has a font size of 20 pixels, this font size is now 30 pixels because it's going to be 1.5 times bigger than the font size of its parent. So it's always a font size that is relative to its parent. Now you might be wondering why we'd want to do that. But imagine on these, let's get rid of this for the moment. I'm going to comment it out because we're going to need that later. But let's say on my H1 here, instead of setting a font size of 36 pixels, I said this is 3M. And then I said this one here is 2M. And then I have my body, which is set to, say, 16 pixels for now. So if I come and take a look at that, everything is sized and it's all looking good. But if I come and change this number and I set this to 10 pixels, everything is going to adjust with that. So now all of those units have automatically adjusted in size. My headings are smaller, my list is smaller, my paragraphs are smaller, my headings have shrunk. Everything is reacting together instead of each being a completely separate unit. And this can be really, really handy, where you can change one font size and have it affect your entire site. It's very handy, it's very useful. But there is a big problem with M's, and we're going to see what that is in the next video. Before we get there though, if you want to just play around in here, try different M sizes, see if you can get the hang of it, play around maybe with your H1 and H2 sizes, and then modifying this. Try playing with the parent font sizes if you want to, and just get a little bit of a handle of how it's working. Just like percentages though, these are units we're going to be using a lot from now on. I just want you to get a vague idea of how they're working before we dive in and start using them a lot. So even if it's a little bit weird right now, it will be something you get used to a lot faster than you might think. So as I mentioned at the end of the last video, there is a problem with the M unit. M's are super convenient for some things. We're going to see some use cases where I use them all the time. But when we use them for font size, it can create this weird cascading effect where things just get out of control, and it can be really, really bad. So if we come and look, I'm just continuing where we left off. Nothing is different from before. What I'm going to do is up here, I'm going to keep my font size at 10 pixels. So it's really, really tiny on my body. But what I'm going to do on section 1 is I'm going to give section 1 a font size to 2M. So the font size on my section 1 is twice as big as on the rest of it. But if we come and look at what's actually happened, is now this is an H2 and this is an H2, but this H2 is huge. And why is it so much bigger? And this is size 10. This is not 1.5 times bigger than that. This is not 15 pixels, but I have my list here is set to 1.5M. So why is it so gigantic? I mean, what's going on? And to make matters even worse, why not? We can make this even crazier. On my list items themselves, if I decided to set a font size of 1.5M, just for fun, why not? All of a sudden, they're massive. It's getting out of control, literally getting out of control. And if you had other nested elements, it can get even worse and worse and worse because it's looking at the font size of the parent. So right now, my list item is looking at the font size of my list, and it's going to be 1.5 times bigger than my list. So it's doing this multiplication through all of these different elements until it finally, multiplies all. So we're going from 10 times 2, so we're at 20, times 1.5, we're hitting 30, and then we're going times 1.5. So, it's getting massive. It's just getting out of control big. That's also why my section 1 has a font size of 2M. My H2 has a font size of 2M. So we're getting that cascading effect even here, which is why if we look here, my H2 at the top here is a lot bigger than my H2 that's down here, even though their font size is set to the same value. And it's because this one is multiplying that 2M by the 1.5M to get to this total gigantic size. If you're really good and you really know how to control this stuff, maybe you can do this on purpose and get away with it. But there's a solution that just makes our lives so much easier. So I don't do this. I don't mess around with M's for font size. So let's go and see what the solution is. Before I go into the solution, which is the REM unit, I just don't want to poop on the M too much. It is a super useful unit. And after we've seen these two and we understand what a REM is, I'm going to go into when we might want to choose which one and hopefully make all of it a lot more clear on why both of these are super useful and super important when we start thinking responsively. So the REM is an M, but it's short for root M. And what does that mean? Well, it means it's always, instead of being relative to the parent like the M is, it's always relative to the root of our document. And I've used the word root a few times, and the root of an HTML page is always the HTML element itself. That's where a lot of the defaults are coming from, even though we haven't actually been styling that in our CSS up until now. So you might be wondering, how does this make our life easier? And let's go and take a look at how. So remember right now, we get these giant sizes coming, and even though this is set to 2M and this is set to 2M, this one is getting gigantic. It's getting out of control because it's 2M times 1.5M and it's scaling up, and it's a compounding factor that's going on. Whereas if we use root M, we lose that. So on my font sizes here, I'm going to switch that to an REM instead of an M. And the same thing here, and the same thing here, and the same thing on my headings. And let's go and take a look at it right away without doing anything else. And look at that. This font size is now the same as this font size. And this is a lot bigger than this one, but that's because I do have my font size set to 1.5 rem here. So this font size will be bigger. I guess we can get rid of that comment because it doesn't really apply anymore. And here we used to have that double compounding factor that was going on. My list item was compounding through this, which was then compounding again through that. If I take this off now and we take a look, it's going to look exactly the same because it's just set to that one size that's relative to the HTML element. But you remember that cool thing with Ems when I changed the font size on my body and everything just worked around that and sort of scaled up and down with that one unit? So it's almost like Ems and Rems are almost like creating a scale instead of creating these set font sizes. So what we can do is on our HTML element, we can set a font size on here. So I'm going to set a font size of 10 pixels. And we go and take a look at what that's done. Everything has shrunk down. Everything on this page has gotten a lot smaller. And if I come on the HTML element here and I make this 30 pixels, everything will have gotten much, much, much bigger except for this paragraph. Why hasn't that paragraph gotten bigger? What's going on? Can you figure it out? So if you remember, the paragraph is inheriting its font size. The section 2 doesn't have a font size on it. Nothing that is contained except for the body has it. And this is an absolute unit. It's not relative to anything. We have this in the pixel. So this is where it's sitting and it will not change. So what we've managed to do, so if we switch this over from that to 1em, and by 1em I do mean 1 rem. For font size, I'm always going to stick with rems. And you can see here what's happened is everything is going to keep that nice scaling feature where everything is scaling up or down with something else without the possibility of running into that compounding issue. Now, the one thing I wouldn't actually do is set a set font size on my HTML element like this. Usually I'm just leaving it at the default, or I might use a percentage if I need to play with it. And you'll see some people recommend setting the percentage really low here to shrink things. If you set it to 62.5%, this makes the default, which was 16, now become 10. So when you, instead of having to think of 1 rem as 16 pixels, and then it's hard to do math, like what's 16 times 1.5, it's easy now because this is 10, and then that becomes 10, so this is 20, and this is 15. It makes it much easier to think that way. I don't do that. I did for a little while because it is easier, I will admit. But after some time, you really do get used to working on this scale of 16 pixels. And when you need to scale this up, and you're going to see when we start getting into mobile, when we start doing different designs, you're going to have on a mobile screen, you're probably going to have a smaller font size. And then when you get to a bigger screen, you will up the font size. So you can up the scale on it. But instead of using the percentage, maybe you just keep this at 100 as the default, and then at the bigger size, you just bump it up to 110 and everything, or 120, and everything just scales up with it. So I tend to just not even bother with this, and I leave my rems like that and play around with it, and I've gotten used to doing that. And that's how I'm going to be working throughout the rest of this course, so you will get a chance to see, and I'm going to explain myself every time I'm using these units, especially for the next little while while we're doing them, including in the next video where I'm going to explain that Ems still do have a purpose, and we're going to see what the purpose is and how I decide between Em and Rem and what my rule of thumb for them is. All right, so we've seen percentages, we've seen Ems, we've seen Rems, of course, we've seen pixels. So how do we decide which one to use and in what situation? If we go back to pixels and when we were using them, a bit of a history lesson before we move forward. Pixels used to cause some pretty big problems because they were a fixed unit, but not in the same way like a centimeter is. Because a centimeter is you take a measure and you can measure it, whereas a pixel was a dot on your screen. And that's technically what a pixel really is. But in CSS, the pixel doesn't look at the dots on the screen anymore. It now follows what we call the reference pixel. A reference pixel is a fixed size, and they had to come up with a solution because the problem was we started getting these devices that were different resolutions. So imagine if you had a Retina display and a regular display and you set something to 18 pixels. It looked fantastic on your normal screen, but on that Retina display, it would be half that size and then just be really small. So we couldn't set things in pixels at all. So Ems and Rems were, we needed them pretty much. But the reference pixel, the idea here is they switched the pixel. So instead of following a dot on the screen, it's following a set size, just like an inch or a centimeter would. That size, I'm not going to get too much into it. It's pretty much 1/96th of an inch. And the way they calculate it is if you're an arm's length away from the screen on a 96 DPI screen, and I don't know, it's kind of complicated. It really doesn't matter for what we're up to right now. But It's just to say it's a fixed unit. It's not a dot on your screen anymore. It sounds weird, and it sort of is. It's had a lot of benefit. It's had a lot of really good things, but it also makes my answer to what unit we should use a little less concrete than I used to have. And I used to always say you use ems for this, rems for this, and you just avoid pixels. But you can get away with using pixels for a lot of things now, because the fact that a pixel, if you set something to 10 pixels on all the screens, it should look like it's the same size regardless of the resolution of that display. So a lot of those problems we had with pixels don't exist anymore. There are other advantages to using em and rem. So for font size, we're going to stick with them. Some of those advantages we're going to see as we progress through this course. So I am going to be sticking with them. And my general rule of thumb is for font size, I'm going to use rem because it prevents that cascading awkwardness from happening. And for padding and margin, I'm going to use em. And we're going to see why in the next video. We're going to run through this. We're going to be using all of those. For widths, I'm either using em or percentage. I'm going to use an em when it's a set size, or I'm going to use a percentage. We might also use pixels in there, to be honest. You can sort of get away with, on widths, I'm not too concerned about which one you're going to be using. So if you're more comfortable with pixels on widths, that's fine. I tend to do that a lot, but it is I sort of like sticking with the same units whenever I'm using them. So that is my general rule of thumb. But those are a rule of thumb, and they're not hard and fast rules. Sometimes I will set a font size in an em if I have a good reason for it, because I understand how they work. And sometimes I will set a margin or padding using rem because I want it to be a set size, and I don't want it to be relative to whatever. I don't want it to be relative to that font size. I want it to be relative to the root for one reason or another. This might all seem really theoretical and confusing and not super clear right now. So in the next video, we're going to see how these work with an actual example, and hopefully it just helps cement things a little bit. The next one's just more of an example, and then we're going to build out a layout, and we're going to be using all of these, and we're going to sort of be cementing all the different concepts that we've covered up until now in this How to Think Responsively module. So we're going to be looking at an actual example, and you might recognize this. I wanted to first run through an example that we've seen before, so we're not focused too much on the markup. We're just focused on how the different units affect different things, and then we're going to go through and actually build a full layout. In this is the original code that we sort of left off with when we did a lot of this in creating this little card component thing that we made together. So if we take a look at it now, one of the reasons I did choose this is because there's buttons in there, and buttons are a great example for lots of things, including setting up and using ems and rems, and when you might want to use one for one thing and something else for the other. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a extra class that I can put on my buttons. It's going to shrink or grow the font size because it's really going to illustrate everything. So let's call it button big. We're going to give that a font size of, let's say, 1.5 rem, which is going to give us a pretty big font size. And then let's come on a button small, and let's give that one a font size of 0.75 rem, which will be pretty small. So now I should be able to put those font sizes on those two buttons. So let's come and do that. I'm going to give my first one here the class of button big, and the second one here the class of button small. So this is sort of my default button class, and then we're modifying it with these two modifiers like we did with the colors before. So if we come and look at how that's affected things, you can see it has grown and shrunk the font sizes on those, and that's awesome. But the button hasn't really, this button was forced to get bigger because the content inside of it did get bigger. So we do have the padding that's on these. The problem is on this big button, the text is taking up a lot more room than it is on this small one. This button didn't really scale up when I changed that font size. And let's bring in like a default button here too, actually. I'll stick that one right in the middle. We'll just put default here. And we won't have any modifier class on that, just so we have a reference point of what the original button looked like. So we see our 3 button sizes. If you look at this button, the space on this side looks a lot bigger than the space on this side, where it's the exact same size. But the problem is my font size has gotten a lot bigger. My button really should be scaling up with those sizes. So remember, I always said I put font sizes in rem. It stops some weird stuff from happening. But I like putting my margins and my padding using ems. So if we come here where I had my padding of 15 pixels and 30 pixels, I'm actually going to change this. And I'm going to change my padding on this, on the top and the bottom to 0.5 em, and on the left and the right to 1.25 em. And let's go and take a look at my buttons now. notice how the shape of them is much more similar one to the next. Learn more about me. I'm going to change that just because it looks different because it's such a long amount of text inside the button. So we're going to keep the length of the text more similar in all of my buttons. And you can see it just looks like the button is getting bigger and bigger or smaller and smaller because the padding around it is scaling up and down with the font size of that button. Now you might be wondering one thing, why is it scaling with the font size that I'm putting on the button itself? Because it's not paying attention to the parent, it's paying attention to the font size of its own element, right? Like this is, my padding here is 0.5 and 1.25 on the button. And so if I look at that button, it's paying attention to the padding or it's paying attention to the font size that I put on this class. So it's looking at this font size. This is where I mentioned that it's a little bit weird when you're using ems, because with ems, if you're doing it on the font size property, it's looking at the parent. If you do it on any other property, it's no longer looking at the parent. It's em is relative to the font of this element. Should put, say, font size. So em becomes relative to the font size of that element, of this element here, when it's put on your padding or when it's put on your margins, or even if you did it on like a width or height or something like that, it would be looking at this font size rather than the parent's font size. This is where scaling and this compounding factor is good because it won't compound out of control. It's going to compound or scale according to what's here. Whereas if I used rems for this, it becomes a set value, just like when I use pixels. So if I come back and I set those in rem, this space is exactly the same as this space, which is exactly the same as this space. These two sizes are exactly the same, but because the font size is bigger, this looks a lot smaller visually than it does on this one. Let's switch those back to M just so we can see it again. And now we can see that it's more of this like scaling up that's going on rather than this set size around the text of my button. So that is how I choose between M's and rems when it comes to setting things, and why I'm putting M's for margins and paddings and why I'm setting rems for my font sizes. The font sizes, it stops that weird cascading from happening. M's because I can take advantage and make it relative to the font size that's in there. This also makes it really easy when I'm setting margins on paragraphs or on heading, because if I come and I go, I want to change the margin bottom on my H1. I know my font size is 24 pixels. So if I came and I said margin bottom is 1em, I know now that my margin bottom is exactly 24 pixels. So that would literally be 24 pixels for my margin bottom. If I came and I said margin bottom is 2em, well, then my margin bottom would actually be 48 pixels, and so on and so forth. So it's relative to the font size of that actual element. Now, obviously, and now I've said I don't like setting pixels here, so you do have to think about it a little bit. But that also means if I come and I set my font size here to 3rem, and you don't know exactly what, now we've got a nice big font size on that, but we don't know exactly what 3rem is. Well, it doesn't really matter. I don't have to worry about exactly how big that is. I can come and look at my font size and I go, I want this space underneath to be about half that. I can come and say margin bottom is 0.5em because it's 0.5 of whatever this font size is. So now my space is about half of my font size. Or I go, I want it to be bigger than my font size. I do 2em, and now my space after is twice whatever my font size was. So it's always relative to that element itself, which makes it really, really easy when you're dealing with your typography. And the big advantage is when I change my font size, this will adapt automatically, and I won't have to change both of them. Because when we start changing font sizes, which we will be doing for different screens, we're gonna have a small screen and a big screen, the font size has to change on it. So if you're changing the font size, it's nice that you don't have to go and change your margins because they've all been set in M. The same way here, when I'm changing my font sizes, I don't have to go and change the padding for those sizes. Then of course there are percentages, and in general percentages I will be using for the width. You could technically use them on a font size and they'll work a lot like M, but that also runs into that scaling and compounding issue. And the same reason I don't like to use ems on font sizes is the same reason I wouldn't use a percentage on a font size. The two of them work extremely similar to one another. So rem is sort of the safe bet there. Now we're going to be jumping back into Flexbox and actually building out layouts and practicing and using all of these things that we have learned up until now, plus going back into Flexbox, which we haven't seen in a really long time, since pretty much the crash course. And we're going to be looking at understanding it and how it works a little bit better as we learn to start thinking responsively. All right, so let's get into responsive layout basics using Flexbox. Before we actually start making the layout, which we will be doing in this video, just a refresher on Flexbox. So elements normally have a display of block or a display of inline as their default from the browser. So display block would be our things like our divs, our header, our footer, our main, our H1 all the way to H6. Our paragraphs, our lists, and list items are also included in that. And we have our inline elements like our A, strong, M, and span. So those ones stay in the flow with the items that are around them. We are going to be using divs for our columns, and we can't, because divs are blocked, they're going 100% of the width, but they're also, even if we change that, even if we say they're 10% width, they're still going to stack one on top of each other. We can change this behavior by setting the display property to flex on the parent element. When we do that, it changes the behavior of all of its direct children. So if we have something that looks like this, so this is, say, a section of content, and then inside that section, we have 4 divs like this. If we set display flex on that parent section, the items inside of it will turn into columns automatically. So they'll switch and they won't stack. They'll also no longer be 100% width. They're going to shrink to fit the content that's inside of them on the horizontal axis. So it's very, very different, but it's also very easy to do. So we're going to practice with this layout here. It's not the most beautiful layout, but it's going to bring us into being able to do some fantastic stuff, because if you see here, we are looking at how we can do this for a big screen, but we're also going to get to the point where we can make this work on a small screen as well. We want it to work on both. There's a lot of interesting things that are in this layout. So we have content that's stretching the full size. Here we have 3 columns. Here we have 2 columns. These two have different colored backgrounds on them. This one is bigger than those two, and this one's even bigger than that. So how can we do this? How can we set it all up to be the right sizes and to get spacing between them and get all these different things that we need in here? So we're going to be doing all of this, not in this video, but over the course of the next few videos. But we're going to sort of set the stage with the HTML in this one. We're going to be ignoring the mobile layout for the moment. We're going to focus on how we're going to set up our columns and organize it, because this is the most important thing now, is how is this content organized? The hardest thing to do with a layout is when you look at it, just breaking it down in how you're going to organize it. Where do you need a div? Where are all the different pieces going to fall? It's not super easy at the very beginning. So the very first thing is, all of this is being held in the middle of the screen with a certain size on it. In the last module, we had 3 containers because we needed backgrounds that were full size. In this situation, we don't need that. So we can have one single container for all of the content on our page. And that container is now this light pink background. But what we also need is we need to create some columns. So I'm going to put a div of columns here, and I'm going to have a div of columns here that's going to have these. So once we have those columns in place, then we need to create the individual columns. So I have this here is 1 columns and then another. You'll also see these often. There's a popular framework called Bootstrap that will say row. So that's a row of content with 3 columns inside of it. So we have we have a row of content, or my columns container. I'm going to call it columns because it's my columns container. And then inside my columns container, I have 3 individual columns. And then over here, I have this big one that's going to have display flex, and then it's going to have 2 of them inside of it. So this is sort of the structure of my site when I'm breaking it down visually. The reason I know that I need to have these green boxes and for each individual column is because if we didn't have those and I just put all my H2s and my paragraphs directly in the columns parent, then each individual paragraph and each H2 would become its own column. They would each break off into their own things. They wouldn't stay organized. So when we look at something like that, we have to visualize where each individual column is so we can organize it properly. And in this case, this is how I'm going to be organizing it. So I'm going to leave this here, and I'm going to see if you can go ahead and do it. I've already set up the file. I've linked to a style sheet that has nothing in it. I've given you all the text. So just organizing it, look at this picture and go based on what you see here. So go ahead and do it. If you don't want to copy and paste all the text, at least make the structure like you've seen me do in previous videos where you're putting in all the elements. And then I'm going to go through and do it as well, and I'll bring the text in. So if you don't want to bother copying the text back and forth, you don't have to. But if you want to go through the full length, by all means, go for it. I'm only going to do that in this video. In the next one, we're going to start applying the CSS to it. But if you want to jump ahead and just try and do the whole thing on your own, go for it. In the next video, though, I am sharing the colors, the exact colors that I'm going to be using and the font sizes. But if you just want to estimate and try your best to get it to work based on what you've learned so far, go for it by all means. But if you're not too sure on the Flexbox thing, it's been a little while, you can wait for me. So let's jump into it right now. So here in my body, as I said, I'm going to start with a div with a class of container, which is just going to hold all of my content. Now we could, in this case, actually set a width on the body, but I tend to try and avoid doing stuff like that because all of a sudden somebody wants to come in and add like a new section to your site that's actually full width. And then you go, oh man, I have to change so much content. I have to change all my markup. So I like having a container or a wrapper that's going to contain all of my content and not touch the width on my body. Personal preference there, but I like thinking ahead and thinking things are always changing, so I don't want to run into any problems in the long run. In my container, I need my H1 and I need my image. So that's going to have an SRC on it and an ALT on it. And then we can come down and start doing the rest of it. We need our two parent column containers. So that was what I said I would call columns. So div class equals columns, close div, and we're going to have two of those. So you can copy and paste that or just write it all out depending on how fast you can type. And there we go. We have the basic structure. Now inside of this column, I'm going to have three actual columns. So I'm going to do a div class equals just COL because it's faster to write. And we can close that div. And I'm going to take that, and we need three of them inside of here. And then we're going to take that same thing here, and I'm going to have two of them over there. So that is sort of the basic like actual structure of my site right now. The different pieces are in place. Obviously, I need to put the content inside of those columns. But from a structural point of view, this is all of my layout stuff. Like this is my main layout items that I've put into place. Now it's just adding the content to the layout parts of my markup. So let's go through and do that really quickly. So here it would be an H2 followed by a paragraph. I'd have the same thing in the next one. Except in this case, we actually end up with two paragraphs. And then my last one, we just have a single paragraph all on its own, which is the exact same thing we have here. And we can copy this one and bring it down there because that is what we have. We have H2 paragraph. This is an H2 with two paragraphs. This is just one big long paragraph, and H2 with a paragraph, and then our individual paragraph there. So now we not only have the structure of it, but we have all of the content elements in place. We just have to place the content actually in there. I'm not going to do that in this video. When you start the next video, all the content will already be there. All of the colors and font sizes will be on a slide in that video. So if you want to jump to there now, you'll be able to try and do all the styling, and all of the content will already be in place for you. It's time to make the columns in this layout into actual columns instead of stacking one on top of each other. So as promised, I've put all the content in here, and I want you to give it a go. So we have everything we need in place. We have all my paragraphs, all my content is in here. We just need to actually get this to be columns instead of stacking one on top of each other. So if you want to go ahead and go for it, just as a quick reminder, we want these two parents to be the display flex, and then everything should more or less fall into place a little bit. I've also given you the colors that we're going to be using and the font sizes. So I'm going to start this one off by putting in the columns, and then I'll also throw in the colors for my text and setting up the font sizes. But first, I'm just going to set up my columns to make sure they're working, to make sure we understand that. Then I'm going to run through and set up all my colors, except for the background color on these two, because I'm going to look at that in the next video as a quick refresher, which is going to get us ready to set the different sizes on these two middle columns here. So you have the right starting point. Do as much as you can on your own before you watch me do it. See if you can get the whole thing done even. But if you get stuck anywhere, of course, come and see how I did it. Or when you're done, come and see if we did it in the same way. All right, so I'm going to jump over to my CSS file here. And as I said, I'm going to start with my container. Normally I'd start with my body, but let's just get the layout stuff working first. So let's actually come up here and make a comment called layout. And I'll come here, and my container, I said I want it to have a maximum width of 980 pixels. Now, if we left it like that, when we come and look at it, if we make our screen big enough, we're going to see that it's nothing's going to grow outside of that space. So I could set my max width of 980, and then I could come on here and set the margin of 0 auto to center it on the screen. And now it's looking pretty good. And this is one of those rare times, because we don't have a background color that's going anywhere one side to the other, that default margin on the body, maybe it's not such a bad thing because it's preventing our text from touching the side there. It's getting a little bit too close for me. I like keeping things a little bit further off than that. So I am also going to give this a width of about 90%. So it will always keep a little bit more distance off the sides than what we had before. It's not perfect, but I like that a little bit better. So I'm going to stick with that. Maybe even 95 we could get away with. Let's bump that up to 95 and keep going. The more fun part, and the part that you have been waiting for, is coming onto my dot column and then on here setting this up. So on my dot columns here, we do a display of flex. And just like that, we should be able to come into here and see I have 3 columns. And if I scroll down, I get my 2 columns there. Now, it doesn't look exactly like the layout that we had because this one is much longer than those two. And it really depends on just how the screen is and how it is set up. Plus, this column is supposed to be wider than the other ones. So when we do that, it should fix everything we want. Now, you'll notice there's something weird happening down here where it's sort of already falling into line, but this one is much smaller or narrower than this one. So we do have some work to do. Now, we are having a big issue, which is with my image, it is causing some side scrolling. So the first thing I'm going to ask you to do right now is go ahead and fix that issue with the side scrolling, if you remember how I did it last time. So I'm going to come here, I'm going to stick under layout because images are part of my layout most of the time. And I'm going to give this a max width of 100%. Now you probably did a width of 100%, which is perfectly fine and what you want to be doing anyway. The only difference between giving it a width of 100% or a maximum width of 100% is it means my image can never get bigger than it was supposed to be. So if my max width here was actually like 1200 and I made this much bigger than what we had before, my image will stop growing when it gets to its native size of 980 pixels, whereas it will still shrink to fit the content if its area is smaller than it. The only reason I would do that is if an image goes beyond or bigger than it originally was, it will start losing a little bit of quality. So because of that, I'm going to stick with a max width of 100% instead of just having a width of 100% and letting it grow. It's not too noticeable now, but if it really does get a lot bigger than it was intended to be, it's going to get really, really blurry and nasty looking. So I'm going to stick with a max width there, and we'll bring this down to 980 just like that. And we have our nice 3 columns that are coming into place. So that is nice and done. So we are well on the way. The next thing I'm going to do is just to go through and fix up some of these colors, except I'm going to save these 2 background colors for the next video like I had already mentioned. So let's go and do that. I'm going to come up to the top here and we're going to look at this slide really fast, and I'm just going to be running through all of the things we see here. So I'm going to set the font size and my colors, and then that's it for now. So that's all in place when we jump into the next one. So on the body itself, I'm going to come up here, and we had the font size that I said would be 1.125 rem. The next thing we want is the color, because the color throughout the entire design, except for those areas that are on the white background and the H1, are using that 70-70-70 color. So I'm going to set that right there. I'm also going to go and put the margin to 0 just because I tend to do that on every design, even this one where it's not essential to have. Now we can get into our typography. And I'll come into here and start writing a little bit. So we have my H1, which has a font size of 3 rem and also has that color of 312614. I'm going to leave the margin alone, I think, for this. In this case, I don't think we really need to change it. And I'm going to come on my H2 and give that font size of 1.5 rem. And I think that's all we really need to do. Let's go and just take a quick look. The one thing I did forget actually is that span in the middle. So let's set that up. I'm going to come into my index. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give you a little mini challenge. I'm going to put a span here, but I'm not going to put a class on it. Now, this isn't something I would normally do, but it's not terribly uncommon actually to see this with spans, because spans are always nested inside of an element. So a lot of the time that span will be nested in titles all the time. Say you have a span that's always in an H1, an H2, or an H3. And that span is always doing the exact same thing. Instead of taking time to give it a class, people will make a compound selector. So using a compound selector, see if you can change the color of that instead of giving it a class. So what we can do is my H1 span. There we go. Got to spell it right. And on that, we can give that one the color to overwrite. So that would be B7832F, just like that. And let's go take a look. And there we go. Oh, one last thing that I forgot on there is just the text align center. Text align center that I can put on that as well. So everything is in place. In the next video, as I said, we're going to give these their dark background color. And then after that, we'll see how we can actually get these columns to start behaving properly. All right, so our layout is falling into place. Now we want to add the background color to these two. So before we do that, I'm going to give you a hint, and I'm going to see if you can solve it if you haven't already. And that is, we're going to do this in a very similar way to how we did our buttons, where we have a main class that's controlling our button, and then we had a secondary class that we would use to modify that to add colors or change the colors of our button. So with that hint, see if you can figure out how to add that background color and a little bit of padding to those two divs. And once you get it, or if you get stuck, I'll show you how I would do it. All right, so I'm going to go back into my index to do this, and I'm going to find the divs in question, which is this one is the first one we need because it's the third column inside of that first section there. And on that call, I'm going to give this a call BG class. Now, it could just be background. It could be pretty much anything you want. The reason I'm starting it with the COL is because I'm modifying a column. The specific reason for this is to act as a column modifier. So I'm putting call BG to modify my column. It just helps me stay a little bit more organized. Could you do it in another way? 100%. You might have another name that you came up with, which was amazing, and it probably is. There's not one naming convention that you have to use or follow. In fact, there's tons of really good and well thought out naming conventions out there that all look at things in a little bit of a different way. The important thing is that you do have a naming convention and there's a little bit of logic to how you're doing it, because then other people can figure it out. Or when you come back to a project 6 months later, you understand what you were doing. So I'm going to put call BG there, and I'm going to come down here and do a call BG on this one as well. And then I'm going to come up into my styles where I set up my columns, but I will do my call BG and I'll give that the background color that we need. So I'll write background and let's get that dark color that we want. And let's give it a little bit of padding. So I'm going to give it padding of like 0.5 em because I don't want a lot. And as I said, I'm usually using ems for my padding. Again, I'm thinking my font size is 16 pixels. Half of that sounds pretty good. Maybe I want one, but I'm going to look at it and see what it actually looks like. And then I can decide if I think it looks all right. They're stuck together right now, which is a little bit of an issue. So let's actually come onto my columns here and just give these a bit of a margin of like 1em top and bottom and 0 on the left and the right, just to help give us a little bit of space between things. And we can see that the padding doesn't look too bad. Probably a little bit small, actually, because looking at the two sides there, I can see that the top and bottom is about what I want, but that's including that margin that's on my text by default. So let's go and boost that up to maybe a 1 at the end. And I think that looks a little bit better. So over here, I'm going to take off the margin that's on that text, especially on the top. So we're just going to go into my typography section here and add in my paragraph and give that a margin top of 0. And there we go. It is working. This bottom one will end up with a little bit of extra space. You can see actually right now they're stretching. We're going to look at how we can fix this stretching behavior eventually as well, and it will leave a little bit of extra space on the bottom. But it isn't the end of the world. Oh, and looking at this text is a little bit hard to read. So on that call BG, anytime a column has a background color, we can also have it come and get an actual color too. And we'll give it the FFF, or just white keyword would be fine as well. So at least we can read our text a little bit better. Super. So our layout is coming together. It's working. It is responsive. It's changing in size. It'll work at different screens. That's pretty exciting, right? It's not set at one screen now. But our column widths are all screwy width, and we want to change those. I did the background color first on these on purpose because it's the same technique that we're going to use to actually change the size of the other ones. We're going to use a modifier class that can control the size of our columns. So I want you to try and go ahead and do that right now on this one. And whether you get it or not, we'll see in the next video how I am going to approach it. The one thing not to worry about yet is this spacing between them. It's just thinking about the logic behind it, and then we can go through and worry about how to create those spaces, because we're actually going to see a new property to be able to do that. All right, so let's fix the widths on our columns here to get them to be the sizes that we want them to be. So if you remember, I said that I'm going to use a modifier class once again. Now, you don't have to necessarily use a modifier class, but we're going to get really used to using modifier classes. So I want you to sort of get in that mindset now. The original way I was going to look at it was we could use our .col, which would be, this would just be one width, and we could have a col2 and a col3. But I'm going to set up the same idea, but I'm going to have a col1, col2, col3, and there could technically, I guess, be a col4 that would stretch the whole width. Now, I am going to keep this slide. I did keep this slide here, though, before I thought of that, because I did want to look at the idea of why I'm calling it col2 and why I'm calling it column 3. And the way I'm looking at it is this is a 4-column layout. If I divided this into equal spaces, I'd have 4. If I took the smallest column, I could have 4 of them across the entire width of this layout. So it's a 4-column layout. This one is double the width of this one, and this is 3 times the width of my sort of default or my smallest column here. So I have my column 2, which is going to be double the size, and this one, which is going to be triple the size. So what I want you to do is, if you didn't do it on the last video when I said you have a chance, because you weren't really sure what to do, try giving it a go now that I've explained a little bit more. And then I'm going to look at sort of the trickiest thing was, how do you decide exactly how big they should be? All right, so I hope you got it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to come over here and I'm going to come in actually to my index here first, and we have to add those class columns to here. So this is a column and it's going to have the width of a column 1. Then I'm going to have this one have the column 2, and this one is also going to be a column 1. Down here, I'm going to have a column 3, and this last one will be a column 1. So if I come over to my styles now, and I come and create some styles for those. So we're going to have a col1, a col2, and a col3. And what unit do you think would make the most sense for setting the sizes on these? Like if you were going to do, what's the easiest way you could decide the width that one of these would be? You know, pixels would be a nightmare just because you don't, how many pixels big should it be? The screen's always changing, and then, well, then it's not going to work at all the screen sizes. Ems and rems, same deal. It's not going to function. This is where percentages really come into play. So my col1, I can give this a width. The question is, how big do I make it? Well, I just said when we were looking at that last slide, we're going to divide this up into 4. So if I made this 25%, then I know that this one should be a width of 50%, and I know that this one here should be a width of 75%. So let's come and look and see how that worked on my layout. And look at that. Everything is lining up. This is a col1 and this is a col1. So now they're actually the same size as one another. They're working out the way we'd wanted them to work out before. They're matching each other. That's perfect, right? Before this was bigger, but it was a lot bigger. Now everything is lining up with one another. The only problem we have now is there's no space between our columns. And there's a lot of different ways we can approach this lack of space. A lot of popular ways are using margins and padding to create space. But then this first column needs a different style because you can't have any margin on the left, or this one needs a different style because it can't have anything on the right side. And then, the same thing here, you start getting into a little bit of issues or problems with it. And luckily, Flexbox actually has a really good way to solve this problem. And we're going to see that solution in the next video. All right, so everything in our layout is starting to come together, but the problem now is our columns are stuck together. So as I mentioned in the last video, we can fix this by adding some margin to them, but then you have the problem of how much margin do you add, and then stuff doesn't really fit as well. So luckily, Flexbox has a way to make it a little bit easier, and it's something called justified content, and this is a new property that we're going to be using. We've already seen when we have Flexbox, when we do display flex, this is what's happening, right? The parent gets display flex, and we get columns. Now, we can add a new thing called justify content, and there's a few different properties on justify content, but one of them is called space between. And what that's going to do is it's going to take the extra space that we had and it's going to put it between all the elements. So if we look here as an example, we had all this extra space that was left over on the left side. So when we add this justify content space between, it's taking that extra space and it's putting it in between the columns instead of leaving it over on the right side. So what I'm going to do is first I'm going to exaggerate that a lot, where I'm going to change all these numbers, but let's make them like pretty small. So I'm going to say it's 10, 20, and 30%. And as you can see, we get all this leftover space and it's just floating over here on the side of our page. We get all this empty space like that. So what I can do is on where I have display flex, so it's always on the parent in the same place that you declared display flex, We can then come down and do our justify content. So it's just like that, two words, but they're hyphenated. All properties, they'll always, and just like we've started seeing max width, it is max width with a hyphen in it. So justify content is the same, and then it will be space between. There are two other values you can use. We're going to look at those in a second, but this is the one we're going to be focusing on for now, which is space between. So now if we go and look at our design, we can see that we have this giant space between them because it's taken all that space that was left over on the right side and it's evenly distributed it between our columns now, which is awesome. Now, in this exact situation, it isn't the best, but it is pretty cool. Now, the other two options you do have between, other than space between, you have space around. So what space around is going to do is it's also going to put the space on the left and the right. Space between makes sure that the item that's farthest to the left and the item that's farthest to the right stay all the way on the sides, whereas space around will put space around each item. Now, the thing that's a little bit weird is the way it evenly distributes that space. It's taking the space and it's evenly putting some on the right side of our element here and on the left side, and then it's putting some on the right side of this one and on the left side and the right and the left. So what that does is it does create this thing where the right space and the left space are always smaller than the spaces in between because it's doubled. Since this one, you're getting equal spacing on each side of each element. So these get bigger spaces than on the two ends. So more recently, they've come up with one to fix that problem, and that one is space evenly. And what space evenly does is it tries to make it visually look like it's balanced. Despite width, despite anything else, it will make all the spaces be even instead of doing that weird space around thing. So space evenly is a really nice solution, but for now we're going to stick with space between, and it's probably the one that you're going to be using the most often. So what we can do now is we can fix the actual widths we had on here. Now originally we had this as 25, 50, and 75. But the problem with that is that doesn't leave any space for our space between to redistribute, because when we add all of those up, we're always hitting 100%. 25 and 25 is 50, plus 50 is 100. And if we come and look down at the bottom, we have 75 plus 25, so we have 100% space there as well. So for simplicity now, I'm just going to reduce a lot. We're going to take 5% off each one of these. So this will become 45, and this one will become 70. So we take 5% off on all of them. It's going to leave us a whole bunch of extra space that this space between can now redistribute in between our different items. So if we go and take a look, we have our nice big gaps in between all of them now. Everything should be lining up pretty well, and it is working out nicely when we go on bigger or smaller screens. Now, it's not 100% perfect because our padding is making these columns a little bit bigger than what they were, but for the purposes of what we're up to right now, I do think it is good enough and it is working really well, so I am really happy with it. In the last one, we saw how we can control our columns on the horizontal, and we can space things out on the horizontal axis, which is our main axis. In this video, we're going to be seeing the align items property, which works with Flexbox, just like Justify Content does. And what this does is it allows us to control our items on the vertical axis instead of the horizontal. So when we do our display flex, we get all those different block level elements which turn into columns and stack next to each other when they become flex items. And one of the things they do when this happens is they actually stretch the whole height of the div. And the height of the div is generally controlled by the item which has the biggest height. So this, a lot of the time, is actually a good thing. It's something that we wanted in CSS forever because it used to be almost impossible to match heights of different items. And now we can actually do it really easily, but it's not something we always want to do. Sometimes we want things to align to the top. And so we can use align items, and we can use the value of flex start to be able to do it, where they'll all shrink and be just dependent on the height of whatever is inside of them. And this is one of the ones you'll probably use the most often. The next one you can do is center, which is also really, really handy. Vertically centering in CSS used to be an absolute nightmare. And a lot of the time you want to be able to vertically center stuff. You can do it with Flexbox, which is super nice. And if you want to align things all on the bottom, you can do it with Flex End. There's also the stretch, which is the default. And just if you ever need to reset and go back to the way things were, if you overwrite something, there's also another one called baseline that I'm not really going to get into too much now. It's the one that people don't use very often. It deals with the text inside the elements, and it's a little bit weird, but there is the baseline one as well. So to take a look at an actual layout, what I've done is I've taken the layout that we were working on before, and I've eliminated a bunch of the content just so we can focus on these three columns here. I put a blue border on our columns container just so we can see it, and I've put the pink border or the magenta border here on our columns. All of these borders are just to help illustrate what's happening with all of it. So as I mentioned, when we do a display flex, everything turns into a column, and by default, they stretch to match the height of their parent. And the height of the parent in this case, if you remember, any block level element by default will be a height of 0, but grow to fit the content that's inside of them. This is the one that has the biggest height on it. So our parent is growing to fit this middle container, and that means these other ones are stretching to match its height. Sometimes that's a good thing, but it's kind of weird that this brown box on the right side is stretching to fit the height there. I find that really, really awkward. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put this on the side so we can take a look at it while we're working and really see things live while I'm editing some code here. So let's come down onto where we have display flex and we have our justify content. So again, that's for the main axis or generally the horizontal. We can switch that, and we're going to see that a little bit later on. But for now, justify content is on the horizontal axis, and then align items will be dealing with the vertical axis, or you're going to start hearing me say cross axis a lot more. So up and down at the current moment. So what I can do on this is I can do a flex start. And when I do that, you'll see here, everything is shrunk to fit the content of what's inside of it. And this is sort of the behavior that you might expect to be the default. And it's the one that you, as I said, you'll probably, if you want to overwrite the default, this is the one you'll probably use the most often. If I turn off the border, which is right here, you won't actually see a difference on those first two columns when I do it. It's just that brown column that's jumping to really long or shrinking down. In reality, this one is doing it too. It's just because there's no background and there's no border on it, it doesn't actually make a big difference. So if you don't have any background colors or any borders, you probably won't have to worry about this too much. But as soon as you have something that has a border, has a background color, has a shadow on it, which we'll be exploring a bit later, all of those things will affect what's going on. So that's where you might want to bring in your flex start to make sure everything is shrinking down to where you want it to be. We also saw that we have a flex end, so that's going to push everything to sit along the bottom. Might seem a little bit weird. It is, but you might be wondering when I would use it. Not terribly often, probably, but it is something that could come up. And then we have our center, which you'll use more often than you might think, and it can be really, really handy. As I also mentioned, there is the baseline. You'll notice that the way the baseline one works is it's taking this first line of text and it's making, this is a bigger font size than this one. It's making sure all the text on that first line is actually sitting on, like there's this imaginary line that goes the whole way across under the first line of text in every box. So if we actually came and just for one, change the H2 font size here to, let's just double it up to 3, it's pushed my brown box further down. So everything is matching this. The first line, this lorem ipsum right at the top, the bottom of those letters is lined up with the bottom of this. The baseline is dealing with the bottom of the first line of the text. You probably won't use it very often, but I figure I'll bring it up because you might run into it at one point or another. So that is how the align items works. Let's go back to flex start. Now, the one thing that does drive me a little nuts is it's flex start, flex end, and of course center and not flex center. I don't know how they decided that or why they decided it, but that's what it is, and we do have to live with it. We're in a module of the course. It's all about starting to think responsively, and one of the most important things to building a responsive layout is understanding media queries. So we've been looking at this big screen layout, but we want to be able to make this work at small screens. And to be able to do that, we need to know how media queries work. So you might be asking, what is a media query? Well, it's this feature in CSS that lets us add new styles that target only specific conditions. So the basic syntax of a media query looks something like this, but there are a few other things that we do need to include in here for it to actually do something. So the first one is the media type. And we can also include media features. So media features are certain things about the media type that we're looking at. So we can be very specific with the situations that we're trying to target to put in additional CSS. The media type itself, it lets us target different types of media. As the name implies, we have a screen, so we can target our screens specifically. So I can write @media screen. We also have print, and I said there was a third one, so the third one is speech. Under media conditions, those let us target specific conditions within that media type. They include widths, so you can do something like @media min width 600 pixels. Orientation, so you can actually say like I want an orientation that's landscape or portrait. You can also look for specific features of that device, like hover. Can that user's primary input device actually hover? So are they using a mouse or are they not? You might be on a tablet, and then our browser actually will know that you're not using a mouse and that you can't really hover. So you can actually write specific CSS that targets only devices where you have that, or maybe where you don't have that ability. So that's really, really cool that we can do that. Both media types and conditions are optional. So you don't have to include both all the time, but you do need to have one or the other, because if you don't have a type or a condition, it's kind of useless, right? Then we're not targeting anything. So we do want to always have one or the other. So for example, we can target only screens. So I could say at media screen and have some styles there, or maybe more commonly it would be at media print. And you might be going, well, Kevin, why would you target print? We're building a website. And you're right. But let's say you had a recipe website and you wanted to make it so if somebody hit Command P, they could actually print out the recipe directions really well. I'm sure you've also seen these recipe websites where it's like 10,000 words before you actually see the recipe. You could actually like literally make all of that through CSS disappear and only have the recipe itself show up, and you could format it perfectly to print on the page, and people would love you for that. So something really cool you could do through a media query and some CSS. We can also choose only a condition, such as the width of the viewport. So if I don't include the media type and I just put the condition, it's actually defaulting to a media type of all. So it's just going to look at all media that have a minimum width of 960 pixels in this case. The one thing that's really important is if you want to combine a type and the condition with it, you actually have to use the word and. So we would write something like this: at media, screen, and min width of 960 pixels. Really quickly while we're here, you might also see times where there's the only word in there. Don't worry about it. It was for old browsers. We don't have to worry about it too much these days. We can literally just write screen. Another example here would be screen and orientation portrait. For now, we're really going to be focused on the sizes, so we're not going to worry too much about some other stuff. We're all going to take a look at orientation in this video as well, though. But for this course, the focus is on min and max width and making sure we understand those, because those are the ones that we'll be using the most often. And let's start with a really, really, really basic example. And this is not a realistic example, but it's the type of example that sort of hammers home exactly how these actually work. So let's give this a background that is pink. And if we come and take a look at it, well, now my website has a pink background. And well, that's all right. But let's come in here and write a media query. So I'm going to do at media. I'm going to do my open and close parentheses. And then I'm going to do my squiggly braces. So we come into here, and I'm going to use my min width of 400 pixels, which is pretty small. But again, this is just a really basic example. So if you remember, this is the same as saying all and minimum width of 400 pixels. We really don't need to bother with that. So we can just have our media condition here of 400 pixels for all of our media types. And let's change our background color. Now, one thing, I do this all the time, but I'll just write background here. But this doesn't work. And then you go, whoops. The reason that doesn't work is because we need to tell it, well, what are we changing the background of? So you literally have to come and write your selector again. And this looks a little bit weird when you're not used to it, that we have this like nesting inside of CSS. In HTML, we're used to seeing nesting, but in CSS, it can look a little strange. We just have to get used to it though, because that's how it works. So we have my media query, open and close curly braces, and then I have my body selector inside of there. And I can say that the background here is, let's change it over to purple. So now if I come and take a look at small screens, it will be pink. And then when I pass a certain width, it will be purple. So what's happening is this here is saying from a minimum width of 400 pixels and bigger, from that size and bigger, because it's starting at that minimum width. And we can do another one here. Let's say an at media, minimum width 650 pixels. And we can say on this one, my body has a background of orange. So let's go take a look again. Let's go smaller. So at really small screens, it's going to our default pink. That's just like, well, when I say default pink, I just mean like the original style on my body of pink. Then as we make it bigger, we're getting over to that minimum width of 400 pixels. And then as we keep getting bigger, we're going to hit, there's my 650 pixels. And then it will stay that color for as long as we're there. So that is the basics of how it works. Now, one thing that's really important here is, let's bring this comment down here and put 650. Because the order of these is really, really important. And this goes back to a little bit the same way, if you remember when we were looking at the pseudo classes for our links, a link, a hover, a visited, a active, all of those. you could actually be in more than one of those states at a time, because if you're clicking on something, it's active, but you're also hovering over it. So the order that you put those selectors in changed if what you actually wanted would kick in, right? So it's the same thing here. So if I move this one up to here, it's just always going to be purple. So let's go take a look. It's purple, and it's purple, and it's purple, and then it's pink. This completely gets skipped over because it's looking at this and it's saying from a minimum width of 650 pixels and bigger. But well, this condition matches, this is 400 and bigger. So 400 and bigger includes 650 and bigger. So it goes here, but then it goes, oh, well, it's the same as if I had here, my paragraphs should be red, color red. And then I said my paragraphs should be color yellow. Well, yellow is going to win because yellow is second here. So if we come and look, my paragraphs are yellow, which we don't want to do. But it's the same concept that's coming here. This is true and this is true, so I'm going to take the second one. So the order is really, really important. Now, one thing you can actually do, which we didn't see in the slides, you can combine two different media conditions as well. So I could also write an and here and say a max width of 649 pixels. So now this CSS will only work between 400 pixels and 649 pixels. So now if we go and take a look, we will still get our purple, but we will also get our orange afterwards, because this no longer works once we get to above 649. A max width is always from 0 until this is a maximum width of. So that's also really, really important. So from a minimum width of 400 pixels up to a width of 649 pixels. Now I'm going to do one more. I'm not going to delete this. I'm just going to comment it out. And I do want to look at this, but I'm going to change the number in here because it's going to make it a little bit easier to play with. So let's just bring this down to 500 pixels. So right now we have the pink background, which will switch over to orange when we hit that specific screen size. So pink over to orange. I said we're going to focus on min and max width, but I just do want to look at orientation a little bit. So orientation, and I'm going to make this one landscape. So a landscape orientation with when something is wider than it is tall, and you have portrait, which is when it's taller than it is wide. So if we have the orientation of landscape on there, we can see it's pink, it's pink, it's pink. Oh, well, now we have it as orange because you can see that it's wider than it is tall. But let's find that little ground here. So here you can see actually when I'm switching only the height and not the width, that it's actually switching between the two of them, because right now it's wider than it is tall, and now it's taller than it is wide. So we can actually have CSS that looks at the viewport height and width and applies certain rules too, which can be really, really interesting. So it can also help when you're dealing with like tablets or phones and when people are moving things around. In the orientation, you can even look at specific aspects ratios. There's a whole bunch of extra stuff that I didn't even really mention that I'll link to in the notes of this lesson. It's on the MDM page, but I don't really want you to take a deep dive into that because it can seem awfully confusing. But I do want to make you aware that media queries, you can do a whole bunch of stuff with it. It's actually really, really powerful. But what I'd really encourage you to do now is to play around a little bit with what we have here. And I'm going to take this one off actually, and I'll turn this one back on. Play around with this. We're going to be using media queries a lot in the project we're working on from now on, but I'd really like you to play around with it a little bit to make sure that you're comfortable with them, because they're super, super important to understand. And when you're feeling a bit more comfortable with it, you can jump into the next video where we're going to be applying all of this into the project that we've been working on. Our layout is already a little bit responsive because when we grow, it is working, but when we shrink it, it will shrink with our site. But we run into this problem of it just getting way too narrow at one point, and we do end up with a bit of side scrolling just because the text doesn't have enough room to live and to work. So we want to make it fully responsive. How can we do that, right? We want to make it so at one point these columns break and it turns into them stacking on top of each other instead. To do this, we've already started using display flex. So when we use display flex, it creates columns. And that's because there's something called flex direction and it's set to row. This is the default behavior. So when we say row, it means that the parent is a row. So that means all the children become columns within that row. This is the default. So if you don't declare this, it's just going to be there. So you don't have to declare a flex direction row. It's just that's the way it's going to work. But we can switch that flex direction from row to column. This switches the main axis, and that I'm going to be talking about the main axis a lot in the next video. We're just going to see a little bit of how it can work for our layout in this one. But basically what it means is the parent has become a column, so all of the children inside of it have become rows. So if we have our display flex, it's doing this where all the children have become columns. And when we add flex direction column, it's making the parent now a column. So the parent is going up and down, and all of the children become rows. And you might say this looks a little bit like the default when we don't even have display flex, and you'd be right, but there's reasons that we'd want to do this. So let's go and give it a try with our layout and see how it can work. We're going to want to do this with a media query as well. So let's just come to here where we have our display flex. And as I said, the default on that is already a flex direction of row. So we don't need to declare that because it's already there. If you want to, you always can, but we don't need to. But what I want to do is come into a media query. So if you're feeling really comfortable with media queries and you're sort of got the hang of it when you were playing around in the last video, I'd encourage you to go ahead now and create a media query. We're going to target a screen size of about 600 pixels. And because we've already set it up for big screens, we're going to use max width. So remember, max width is meaning from small until that maximum size. So for the small screens, I'm going to target a max width of about 600 pixels, and we're going to switch the flex direction on it. So if you want to give that a try, you think you can do it, go ahead and do that. In a few seconds, I'll do it myself. Let's go and make my media query now. So remember, it is always at media. Then we always have our parentheses, and then we have our curly braces. I'm going to push return to give myself the space, but I'm going to come in here and set my max width. So max width, 600 pixels. And then we can come into here. Now, one thing, and I do this too, and I've been writing media queries for a long time, is I'll just start writing the properties I want. So I'll come in here and do a flex direction. So if you did this and it didn't work, it's because we have to choose our selector again. So it's a little weird that we have like these nested selectors inside of media queries, but that is how we are going to be working. So I'm going to do a dot columns to select my columns, and then make a open and closing curly braces. And now I can come in here and do a flex direction. And my flex direction will be column. So let's go and see if this works. So everything is looking great on the big sizes. And then when we shrink down and we hit 600 pixels, boom, look at that. Everything is stacking on top of each other. Now it's not perfect, right? It's not great, but everything is stacking, which is what we wanted to happen to begin with. So that is really, really good. But what's the problem? Why are these so not taking up all the space like we want them to? Well, if you remember, we set widths on all of these. So that is where the problem's coming in right now. So what we can do is create a new media query that is going to change all of those to give them all a width of 100%. So what I'd encourage you to do now is actually to go ahead and try doing that and seeing if you can get it to work. So we can do it all with one selector. So I want you to go ahead and try doing that. Now that you've seen how I've done it, we want to target the exact same screen size. And once you've done it, I do want to look at a bit of a best practice of using media queries as well. All right, so what we can do is I'm going to copy this media query that we already have right here, and I'm going to paste it down at the bottom, and we can delete this here. If you tried redefining these columns inside this media query, it wouldn't have worked. The reason it wouldn't have worked is because first we'd be doing the media query, and then we'd be following it up with these, and these would overwrite the media query because this would only be looking at a max width, but this is looking at all situations. So just like we saw in the last video, the order of things really matter. Media queries should always come after the default selector that you already have. So we can come into here, and you could either have done just call like that, because all of my columns also have the call selector on them. So I could say call width 100% and it will work. Or if you went and you did call 1, call 2, and call 3, and gave them the width of 100%, that would also work. I actually prefer this, even though it's a little bit longer, just because we've set the sizes here, and then we're explicitly setting the sizes here. So it makes it really obvious that we're resetting these specifically, whereas if you went with that call selector, just the COL, it might not be as obvious that you're targeting these ones specifically, but either way, I think it is perfectly fine. So let's go and take a look and see if that worked. And look at that, it is working. Oh my goodness, isn't that cool? Isn't that really fun that everything is pretty much falling into place and our whole layout is changing, like boom, just like that. The whole thing comes and just it works, which is really, really handy and really, really fun and cool. Now, one thing before we leave this video, we do have that padding issue. I'm not going to worry about that one right now. We're going to worry about that in a future video. The one thing that you're noticing now is I actually have two media queries, and you could simplify things by having just one media query that has everything in it. And a lot of people will do this where they're going to have all their styles. And then at the very, very, very bottom of their style sheet, they're going to put all their media queries. So that way they don't have to put like 10 media queries that are all targeting the same size. They can just have one media query. So even this call BG, I could bring up to here just to clean it up. And then I have my media query at the bottom that's making the changes that I need to. It does make for you writing less CSS, but sometimes when you have a really complicated style sheet, personally, I find it complicates matters a little bit. And while it will make your CSS file a little bit heavier and a little bit bigger, there have been some tests done on when you're repeating yourself a lot with media queries, how big of an impact it has, and it's really not that bad. So if you prefer keeping your media, like your columns and then your media query for your column here, and then these, and then the media query for those there, there's no problem with it. That's actually the way I prefer to work. I find it much easier when I want to make changes. All my columns styles are grouped together, and then all of these are grouped together. But if you want to work one way or another way, that is completely fine. So let's take a look at how Flex Direction is actually working and what's really going on with this. So when we have a display flex, we've seen that it creates columns. The reason it's creating columns is because the flex direction on it is row, and that's the default behavior. So if you don't declare row, it will be row, and there's nothing you really have to do there. So that's where it makes columns, and it's doing that because it's treating the parent or the flex container like a row of content. So that means inside of it, all the flex items or all the direct children are going to turn into individual columns. Now, what we can do is we can change our flex direction. So we can say flex direction is column. And what that's doing is it's switching the main axis. What do I mean by that? If we have something that has a display flex on it, it looks something like this. We have our flex container, it's a row. So we have our columns of children inside of it. But if I change my flex direction to column, now the parent is becoming the column, and these are becoming rows inside of it. And this sort of makes it look like the original default behavior. So you might be going, well, what's the real point of this? It's really important to understand you're switching the main axis. So you're keeping all of the Flexbox properties, all the amazing things that you can do. Now we've rotated our main axis from being horizontal to being vertical. Why does that matter? Well, let's say we have something that looks like this. We've done our display flex on it, so we've made our columns. We know we can use a justify content space between, and that's going to space all of them out. It takes all the empty space that we had that was left over here, and it redistributes it in between each one of my columns, and that's just super handy. Well, if I take my display flex, but I go and I add a flex direction of column on it with my justify content space between, now it's going to redistribute the space that was down here between each one of them, because justify content is always working on the main axis. And we've switched the main axis. It was going left to right, but now it's working vertically. It's working up and down. So if I want to redistribute the space, I can use my justify content vertically now. So that's really cool. So always remember, when I change my flex direction, justify content will now work vertically and align items will now work horizontally, because we switched the main axis. Justify content always works on the main axis. Align items always works on the cross axis. So a few reasons you might want to do something like that, or examples of how things change. So we have my flex container over here. On the line items flex start, they'll usually line up at the top like that instead of stretching to their whole height. If I switch the flex direction, they're going to do something like this, where they're all getting sucked to the flex start, which is on the left side now. My flex end would be on the opposite side over there. We know that we can center items vertically, which is super amazing with Flexbox. Well, now we can center them like this. And of course, you can combine that with your justify content. So it's not the align items is centering it horizontally, and then my justify content space between is spacing them out vertically, as long as the container is big enough to have empty space on the vertical axis there. Always remember, when you use flex direction, you're switching the main axis. Align items now works horizontally, and justify content now works vertically. Element, because it's time to look at how we can create a navigation for our website, and all this flex stuff really comes into play when we're styling a responsive navigation for a site. Before we get into the CSS, we need to know the markup behind them. Traditionally speaking, we use an unordered list, and the unordered list will be placed in a nav element, because the nav will be telling the browser that this is the main navigation for our site. So it will look something like this, where we have a nav. Inside the nav, we have the UL, which is our unordered list, and then we have our list items, which are links. There is some debate these days on whether or not we really need it to be in a list. The reason that we have traditionally done it this way is for accessibility reasons, and because it is a list of the different pages that are on our site. These days, there is some discussion about whether we need to or if we could just have a nav with a bunch of links in it. Some people do this, but most sites you ever work on will be set up this way. And this is still by far the most popular and common way that you will see navigations created. So it's really important that we understand how to style a navigation when it's set up like this. If you can do it this way, it's much simpler if you didn't have the list items. So I do want to show you the more complicated way because, again, it is the one that you will run into in the real world. So I want you able to do that once you're done this course. Through the next bunch of videos, this is what we're going to be working on, which will be the navigation for the bigger site that we will be working on. And we're going to start with this one here. Then we're going to move into making it look like this instead. And then we're going to make this the responsive version of this one right here. I'm going to go back to this slide and leave this one here for now and encourage you just to try and write it all up and set it all up. So here are all the colors and all the different things that I will be using. And just to give you a little bit of just see how I visualize this when I'm looking at it, I put these pink boxes in to say I have this big thing that's going to be the whole size here. Then I'm going to have an element here, and that's going to have my H1 and a paragraph. And then I'm going to have another one here, which is the nav with the unordered list in it. The reason that I'm setting it up like this is going to be my header, and I need to keep these two things grouped together. This is just going to be a div called site title or whatever you want to call it. It could be called logo. It could be site title or just title, which is the main sort of title of my actual website. It's almost like a logo, but we're just using some text for it. And then, as I said, we need to have our nav. So that's what this is going to be for. If you want to start off and do it on your own before you watch me do it, in this video, I'm only going to be doing the markup, but you can see I have given you everything you need here to do it. And I've also already linked to the Google font and given you the two font families listed right here. So if you want to go ahead and do more, by all means, see if you can get the whole thing working. In this video, though, I'm only doing the markup, and then the next one, I'm going to start doing the CSS for it. All right, so let's jump right into it. So I'm going to go in my body. As I mentioned, I'm going to have my header and close header. And let's get inside of there, and we can start putting some stuff. So I had that first part that had my title in it. And I said I'm going to group that in a div. So let's give that a div class. And I'm going to close that div. And then we can give our class a name. So let's just call this site title. And in there, I'm going to have an H1 because it's really the title of my entire page or my entire site. And I'll come down and also put a paragraph. Now my paragraph, I will give a class to of subtitle and close paragraph. I'm not using an H2 because H2s really aren't meant to be subtitles. They're meant to be titles for different sections of the website. When we build out the full site, we're going to see them. We're going to have a few H2s and H3s in the larger scale site once we get to that. So for now, I'm just doing a P class of subtitle so I can style that different from my other paragraphs that I will have within this site once we get to a bigger one. After that, I'm going to come and give myself my nav and close nav. And we can come into here. And I'll have my UL and close UL. So that's my unordered list. And then I need my list items. So LI. And inside my LI, I do need a link. So A href is equal to, and close A. And let's just take this whole thing and copy it, paste them there. And now I can come through and fill this out. I'm just going to put hashtags for now because we don't have anywhere to go. Once we build out the whole site for this, we're actually going to have a 3-page site. So we're going to have to put in real links in here eventually. But for now, we'll put the placeholder. This is my home. In life. There we go. There is all my content, and you can see it doesn't look at all like what we want it to. So in the next video, we are going to start styling this up and making it look better. We have to deal with some extra spacing. We have these bullet points we need to disappear. There is a whole bunch of stuff that we need to do here. So we're going to see how we can get rid of those bullet points, and then how we can bring in Flexbox and how it's going to work for all of this, and how it makes our life much easier in setting up everything how we bullet points. We've got everything set up, but it doesn't look so nice right now. So let's go and take a look at how we can do it. And there is something new that we need to look at is how do we even get rid of those bullet points, which is kind of interesting. So for this one, I'm going to leave this on the side here so we can at least see the changes that I'm making happen live. We're going to jump over to my styles. Now, for now, we have all these fancy designs and the colors and everything. I'm not going to worry about those for now because I really want you to be focused just on how Flexbox works in doing the overall styling and setting of this up. I don't want to distract with other CSS, but we will be building out this whole thing for an actual website. So we will be getting into all of the different styles that we need to do for this eventually. Because I'm not worrying about it, I'm not going to be terribly concerned with how I'm organizing my CSS. So let's start with my nav, and I don't have a lot to do on that. Now you'll notice here that I have my nav and a UL, LI, and I have my A, and we need to style all of these. There's stuff that we need to do on all of them. But what you will see some people do is you will see people give classes to this, and I actually do this on a regular basis, where you'll have a nav list, and then this would be all three of these would be a class of nav list item or nav li, and then my links themselves could have a class on them of nav link or something like that. And I have done many projects like this. I think it makes a lot of sense. It does make your CSS a little bit more organized, or maybe not more organized, but a little bit easier to read. So if you'd prefer to take that approach, by all means, go for it. For now, though, I do want to show that it is not the end of the world to use compound selectors, and this is a really common time to use it, where I'll take my nav UL. We're going to have some styles on that. I'm going to have my nav LI. I'm going to have some styles on that. I'm going to have my nav A and have some styles on that. And of course, my nav A hover and have some stuff on there as well. Now, what I will not do is have my nav UL LI, and you will see tutorials online that do this. And then here it would be my nav UL LI A. In the old days, it was a performance issue. The more complicated your selectors, the browser would take longer to read that selector, because it would have to read, oh, I got all my links. Oh, but now I have to find the ones only in list items that are only in my unordered lists that are only in my nav. And it would actually slow the rendering of your CSS down a little bit. But browsers have gotten really, really good and really, really fast at reading CSS. So it's less of a performance issue. It does hit on specificity a little bit, in that this is becoming more specific for nothing. And it's just makes it complicated to read and takes a bit more of a cognitive load when you're looking at it. You got to think for half a second when you don't really want to be thinking. Whereas if I just leave it like this, it keeps it nice and simple. So personally, I like to keep it like that. And most people will advocate, if you are going to have compound selectors, which are already sort of frowned upon, keep them really, really simple when you do use them. Before I jump in, I'm going to fast forward. I'm actually going to put a border on all of these just so we can really easily visualize what's actually happening. All right, so there we go. We can see all of my elements. I didn't put one on the hover because I don't think we need it, but we can see my UL, my LI, and my A. So the big pink box is the UL, the dotted orange box is my LI, and then these green boxes there are the links themselves, which are the A. And we can see that the UL and the LI are block level elements, because even though the text is really short, those are stretching the full size of what's happening. But you will notice that my LIs are starting here and there's this big empty space next to it. That's because of the way the UL is set up to give us room for those dots. So the first thing I'm going to do is turn off those dots. And there is a list style that we haven't really looked at. I'm just going to put list style to none, which will make those dots disappear. I just can't forget my semicolon there. There we go. And now my list style of none, it turns off the dots. There are other list styles that you can go through, but for now we're just going to switch them off because we don't need them. Now, if we think about this, I have this UL, which is the big pink box, and then inside of there I have these three orange dotted boxes, and those are my LIs. These are block level elements. How can we make block level elements that are one on top of each other switch and be one next to each other instead? I hope you said display flex. So I can come on this UL and I can use the display flex, and all of a sudden they shrink down to the content that's inside of them. So these dotted orange boxes are now the same size as my green one. We can barely see those orange dots anymore because there's a little bit of overlap going on, and they've gone next to one another. So that's fantastic and really good. Now with display flex, we've seen that we can do a justify content and do a space either around or between or evenly. So I'm going to do that really fast. And you can see it spaced things out, but we have this weird empty space left here on the side still. All of our paragraphs and our headings have a default margin top and bottom. Because a list normally has bullets or numbers on the side, they have that default margin top and bottom, but they also have a default padding. So it's really common to say padding 0. That's going to get rid of that extra space on the left side so you can control things properly. Now, the problem with using space between like this is it spreads things out as far as we can get them to go. So depending on the size of the window, this could actually cause some problems. Or you could come in and give this a width of 350 pixels. And now I'm starting to get the spacing that I want and it looks nice. But now what happens if I add a fourth item or a fifth item? And well, your page when you first are creating it might only have 3 pages. Later on, you might create more, whether it's a personal site for you or a client site. Then this number has to be changed, or you have to change a media query, or it's a nightmare. So instead of doing that, I'm going to remove the width from here, and I'm going to remove my justify content. And what I'm going to do is go in the list items themselves, and I'm going to add a little bit of margin to push them away from each other. So on here, I'm going to do a margin of 0 for the top and the bottom, and 1em for the left and the right. The reason I'm doing left and the right is because eventually this will be a centered layout, and I want the equal space on the left and the right. If it was a left align or right align text, we would have to look at it differently, and we're going to see that in a little bit. But for a centered align one, I want that margin on the left and on the right. Now, I do have the problem that they're not centered. And one thing people often will try is to do a text align center, and it doesn't work. The reason this doesn't work is because text align center will center text within its parent. So if we look at this living social life, that's in my header. So if I come to my header and I do a text align center, it's centering, or actually it's inside the H1. So it's centering in that H1, which is full width. And this paragraph, this text here is centering within that paragraph, which is full width. The problem here is home is centered, but it's centered within its LI, and the LI is super small. So it's super small because of our display flex here. So I can't use a text align center on these to actually move them to the middle. And I won't lie, I have been holding out on you. We can use justify content for this. So the same way we saw with align items, we have a flex end, a flex start, and a center. We actually have the same thing here. I can do flex end and push things all the way to the end, or flex start and keep things all the way. This is the default, and it keeps things just starting from the left side. Or I can do a center, and it will center it exactly on the page. So with that done, if I come through and I remove all these annoying borders, because we don't really need them right now. So I'm going to leave this one here. If you want to try and put additional styles or finish styling it, go for that. Or if you just want to play around with the positioning and play around with flex and the different things you can do with it, by all means, jump ahead and have some fun with it. And then in the next videos after that, we're going to look at how we can modify it a little bit and then start making F8, F8. So we're taking off where we left off, and we're going to make this look a little bit more like the actual design that we want to have. So let's start from the top and sort of work our way down. So I already have my header there, but this does need a background on it. So let's add the background. And the background for that one is the F8, 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 which is a really light color. And you can't really see it too well, so I'm going to make it a bit darker for now. Just make it pink so we can see it. And we do see we have a bit of a problem with it's not touching the sides of our page. And while we're here, let's just give this a padding on the top and bottom. I'm going to put 2em and 0 just as a rough estimate, and we can always modify that, but I think it will work nicely. The reason I'm doing 2em is just through experience. I know that 1em is 16 pixels, 2em is going to be 32 pixels. That sounds about right to me. It's one of those things that I practice with. I try and just use round numbers on my ems. One thing and one piece of advice I will give you in giving padding to things is try not to go too small. But we're based on a design, and I think 2em is going to match my design more or less. I'm not aiming to make it pixel perfect. I'm just aiming to make it look as close as I can. But sorry, I got sidetracked. We have this problem of the space around. So how can I fix that? I want you to go and do it before I do. So hopefully you came up onto here and you did your body, and put in a margin of 0 on there. At the same time, while I'm here, if I look at this, and I also know the whole design, but I have this subtitle here, and this is using Ubuntu, and only the title is using LoRa. So what I'm actually going to do, and you haven't seen it, but I've seen the whole design for this. I'm also going to take the Ubuntu font family and put it on the entire thing, so I don't have to redeclare it throughout any of these other things. The font size I'm going to leave alone. The color for now I'm going to leave alone as well, but maybe when we get to the full site and we see the whole layout, we can worry about adding a color on the body. For the header itself, I think that is good, except we want to switch this now to our F8, F8, F8. Now we want to start doing some type. As I said, I usually do my type after my body. So I'm going to come here. I'm going to make this a pretty big section. So when I say a big section, I just put this big thing at the top, and I'm going to write type for a word. I say all the time. I have a lot of trouble saying it. There we go, typography. And I'm going to come down, and we can start styling that up. So I have my H1. And for some reason, everything here is indented. So let's fix that. There we go. Is everything indented? So I have my H1, and let's give this the font family of LoRa. Actually, we should just copy and paste to be a little bit faster. Now, one thing you might notice, or you might not have noticed, but it might be showing as bold for you. It's definitely, I see this as bold. And the reason it's showing as bold is I installed LoRa on my computer. And as we know, all the headings by default are bold. But I don't want it to be bold, and I didn't even install the bold version. I only have LoRa. I only took the link to Google Fonts for the regular. but because I have the bold on my computer, I see it, but other people visiting this site might not. So I am going to explicitly say I want the font weight to be 400 in this case. I did not put that here, but I didn't list bold. I probably should have written Laura regular or Laura 400, and I didn't. So, but I'm going to change my font weight there. And while we're here, we can set the color. So the color for this one is the dark blue, which is 143,774. And of course, my font size, which is to rem. I'm going to come down now to my subtitle. So my subtitle is the font family is already okay. The font weight in this case, if you wrote bold, because I said to write bold in my instructions here, awesome, it works. If you noticed that in my link it was 700, all the better, but either one is perfectly fine. I'm going to put 700 because that is what we want to get used to writing. Designers will often say bold or black or extra bold because in the design software, it doesn't use the numbers. It gives the weight. It just gives like a light or a bold or things like that. Developers who work a lot with coders might give you the number, but there are some that won't. So just something to keep in mind along the way. If you wrote bold here, though, it's going to give you the exact same result. So don't worry too much about it. We'll also do the color, which is 1792D2. Don't forget the hashtag at the beginning or it won't work. And last but not least, my font size, because it needs to be pretty small, which is 0.75 rem, and it's tiny, tiny. Now, the one thing I want to do is I want to pull it up. We have way too much space between these. So can you fix that? See if you can fix it and get rid of the space that's on there. So I'm guessing the very first thing you did was put a margin of 0 on here, and nothing changes. So why did nothing change? I'll give you a second to think about it. Now, maybe you already figured it out and you did it when I first asked you to, and if you did, amazing, that's awesome. The reason nothing changed, though, is while this had a margin top and bottom that we just took off, this also has a margin top and bottom, which is still there, and this also has a margin top and bottom on it, which is still there. So this big space underneath is coming from my H1, and this space underneath is coming from my UL here. So on my subtitle, my margin 0 is helping, but on my H1, I'm also going to put a margin of 0 on that to suck everything up. It's also going to balance out that top part I had a little bit better. Now, there are a couple of things. The text in this one is all caps, and it is spread out a little bit. I'm not going to worry about that quite yet. We're going to get into that eventually. The same with these, with their all cap and they're spread out. I'm not going to stress about that. I just want to set up the basics of this for now. We're going to explore typography a lot more in the next module, which is stepping up our style. But for now, we're just worried about responsiveness. So I don't want to overwhelm with too many new properties. So let's get into this navigation now, because we definitely need that to look a little bit better. Because I need to change the color of my nav A, and I need to remove the text decoration of my nav A, I tend to put all of my typography styles for my navigation in the A here. So let's go and do that. I'm going to say that their text decoration, since we just mentioned that, decoration is none. We can set the color of it, which is the 707070. I can set my font weight to 700. And of course, we want our nav A hover here. So this is going to have a color on it, and I'm just going to use the bright blue so it's really obvious when we're on top of something and it really changes. But I made a mistake. My goodness, what's the mistake that I made? I forgot something. Whenever we have a hover, we should also have a focus state. So I'm going to add that on there as well. Now, putting the focus on here is not 100% necessary, because when we focus, we're going to get the browser's default to having a focus state already. So I get like this glowing box that shows up on something, as well as my hover color right now, but I prefer always making sure that I have a focus state styled that adds more visual impact than what just the default is. It's not 100% necessary, but don't turn off that glowy box. I'm not even going to tell you how to do it right now. And there's one last trick, and that last trick is the underline that's on here. Can you think of a way to do it? It does involve adding another class, and everything else I think you know how to do. So I'm going to let you see if you can figure out how to do that, and in the next video I'll give you the solution. I'm going to come in. So not all websites will include something like this, but it is quite common to have something that shows you what page you're actively on. Am I on the home page, the about page, the recent post page, or something like that? And as I mentioned, it does involve an extra class. So I'm going to come over here into my index, and on my home, I'm going to come in and I'm going to add a class, and I'm going to call it current page. You will often see people call this active. So this is the active page. The problem I have with that is the active, it's on a link, And active is a pseudo class for our link for when we're clicking on it. So people get really mixed up, or they think they can style the active state of a page by using that pseudo class, and it's not at all how it works. The active, if you remember, it's when you're clicking on it. So I like either using current or current page. I'm going to use current page because I think it's super obvious what it is. And I'm going to keep that in my navigation stuff here. And actually, I put a big typography comment there, and I never kept those going. So while we're here, let's just really quickly do that. This would be layout. And my nav is sort of a subcomponent of the layout. So for that, I'm just going to do navigation like this instead of having it as a big section. So we're going to have our navigation. And inside of my navigation styles, this is part of it, we have my current page. Sometimes you'll see the current page is styled as a different color. So you could literally at this point come in and say color and change the color of it. And you can see that that is now red, but it's going to keep that hover color. But we have my color and we can change that. In this case, we don't want to change the color. What I want to do is I want to add an underline underneath. There's two different ways of doing it. One of them is with something called a pseudo element. And that just complicates matters a little bit. And we're going to get into them much later on because they're super useful for decoration. But we can get away with just using a border. So if I have border, I can say it's a 1 pixel solid, and I can set the current color that we're using to make it the same as my text. Whoops, I made a mistake though. It's on all the sides. And we haven't done a lot with borders, so I'm going to show this one to you, is because you might have forgotten that we can just do a border bottom. And now it's only going to put that underline on the bottom. Now, if you find it's a little bit too close to the text itself, you can also come through and add a little bit of padding. The one thing I wouldn't do is only add the padding to the current page. I would add it to all the pages. And this is in general a good idea for your navigation anyway, because if somebody's on a mobile version of your site and they have to click with their fingers, padding makes your button makes that nav link a little bit bigger, and it makes it easier to click on. So if I come on here, I might do padding 0.25 and 0 on the left and the right. You don't have to do the 0 on the left and the right. The only problem is this border grows to match that padding on the left and the right side. For the mobile reason that I just explained, it's probably better, but for now, I'm just going to leave that as a 0. So the underline matches, and it does still give us a little bit of extra room for what we can click on. The last thing that I'm going to look at right now, though, is we want something like this to show that it's an interactive element. This is technically an interactive element because it's a link to my homepage still, but I'm already on this page. So why would I click on it again? So even though it's still going to stay as a link, I don't really want it to look like it's a link, like I want these two to look. So what I can do is actually say that my current page hover has a color that is back to my default color because I don't want it to change. And if I do that, now when I'm hovering on top, it's not changing. I know in the Scrimba video, you just see it as like a blue pointer arrow, but if you're looking at it in your own, it would be a hand cursor. So it is, people will still know it's interactive, but it's sort of double hinting at them that we probably don't want to click on that because we're already there. So it's like an extra hint along the way. Whereas these ones, it's really obvious that those are things that we might want to click on and visit. So with that done, I think it's looking pretty good. In the next video, let's look at how we can actually make this on the left side and throw this over onto the right side. And then after that, we can actually make the whole thing off. So let's go, and we want to take this nice navigation that we did, and I think it already looks pretty good, but we want to up the game of it a little bit and make it look like this, which is quite common on sites that you see these days where we have the navigation on the right and probably a logo or something else on the left side. And we can just keep on using what we know about Flexbox to pull this off. So let's go and take a look. What I'm going to do is it will be a bit wider, so I'm going to leave this at a large size like this just for now. So it does mean we'll have to shrink and open it, but that's okay. So before we get into it, what I want to take a look at is how I'm going to structure it. So I have already my header, which has that light gray background on it and some padding on the top and the bottom. Then I have already this div for my site title, and I have my nav over here that has my UL in it. But I need something that's going to hold all of my content in the middle of the page just to stop it from stretching from one extreme end to the other. So for that, you can probably guess the name of it already. I'm going to call that div class equals container. And I can come all the way after my nav here, and I can close that container. And I'll put a comment here, close container, just so I can remember what that is if ever I'm not sure why I have this random div floating around. And because all of this is nested inside of that container, I'm going to select it all and push tab on my keyboard, and it will just push it all over so I can see through the nesting and through my spacing here that I'm inside of my container. I'll jump back over to my style sheet now, and we can start styling this. So I have my typography. I'm going to come here to layout, And the container is something very generic. So here's my header. I'm going to put, because it's more generic, I'm going to do this right at the top. I'm going to say container. Let's give it a width of, let's say, 90%, because that's sort of what we've been doing, and a max width. And I'll stick with I'm going to do 900 pixels for now. We can always play with this a little bit later to make it bigger if we need to. And just so we can really see it for now, I'm going to give it a border of 1 pixel solid magenta, just like we've been doing up until now. So there it is. We just need it to be centered on the page now, because we can see it is limiting to that max width, and it is shrinking when we're going to the smaller sizes. So I'm going to let you center it on the screen before I go ahead and do it. I know I've had you do this one a lot, but it is one of those things that people forget with the margin auto on the left and the right, especially early on when they're writing a lot of CSS. They use a text align and it doesn't work, and eventually they remember and it sort of cements in. So I'm trying to cement it in as fast as I can by getting you to do it as often as possible. So you can see here now that it is working and it's centering on the screen, and because of my max width, it does limit it to the total size there. But now we want to take this and put it on that side, and take this and put it on this side. We don't have the rest of our content. And normally I would write all of my HTML first, and then I would come through and write my CSS, but we're not doing it this time just because we're focusing on just the navigation here. So I wouldn't want to put a display flex on a container if that container is going to be reused in many places. So like I've been talking about before, I like having modifier classes. I'm going to call it container nav. And we can come back in, and now I can edit that. So on container, I would come down right below that and add a container nav and give this a display of flex. If you did this ahead of time and you were just sort of jumping ahead because you wanted to practice and you thought, and you gave it a different name, or you put it directly on the container, whatever that div that you gave it, that's completely fine. Or if you just had some sort of like nav box and you put all of these styles on it, it's okay. I just know I'm going to be reusing the width, the max width, and my margin 0 auto a few times on this site. So I figure having a default container that I can reuse multiple times makes a lot of sense. And then if I need to change it, I can. So display a flex, it makes our columns. If we come and take a look, there we go. We have 2 columns now. Now there are a few things that we want to change. The easy one to fix is this is getting centered in here, and we don't want anything to be centered. That was in my header, text align center, which we don't need to have anymore. So we can remove that, and at least it will fix that problem. And this part is perfectly fine, but I want to move these all the way over to the right side. Can you think of a way we can do that we've already looked at? So if you remember, this pink box here is my container, and it's also my container nav. And on the container nav, I did display flex, and I have all this empty space left over on this side. And how can we redistribute empty space to put it in between things? We can use justify content space between. So justify content space between. And there's only 2 items in this case, so it just means all that empty space gets put here in the middle. There's one last thing. As you can see, there is a bit of a gap here, and you might be thinking that's not a big deal, and it probably isn't the end of the world. But because I know I'm going to be using a container and other content here, and I want things to line up really nicely, little differences like this make the difference between someone who's a good coder or a good designer and someone who's a little bit sloppy. And people who are hiring are paying attention to details. So you do need to learn how to be detail oriented and look for these little things where things aren't lining up. It's not as obvious when you don't have a border on something, but you'd still notice that it's not perfectly lined up. So if you remember what I did when I created this, because it was center aligned, I said we can do a margin on the left and the right side and everything would be fine because it's centered. And that means there'll be equal margins on the left and the right, which will keep it centered. Now we have it on the right side. So that means I only want my margins on the left. This is one of the few times when I won't use the shorthand, and I'll just say margin left. And in this case, I'll do 2M. And we can take a look, and now we've gotten rid of that space, but I've kept everything here. I did 2M instead of 1 because before I had 1M on home and 1M on about me here. So 1 plus 1, I was getting 2 on the side, and I was getting 2 on this side here as well. Whereas now I'm only putting a margin on the left, so I'm putting it as 2M. That does mean there's a 2M margin on this side here, but that's fine. That's not getting in the way of anything. It's just giving us a little bit of breathing room. And if anything, it's going to stop us when we're shrinking from hitting that the social life text that's right there. So it's going to prevent us from smacking into that. and that gives us the room that we need. Now it's starting to look pretty ugly when I do this though. So the first thing I'm going to do right now is I'm going to turn off this border of magenta because we don't want that on there anymore, which makes it look a little bit better. And in the next video, we're going to add in a media query to prevent this weirdness from happening. And we're going to add it so this actually falls underneath and we have a few different changes going on. We'll get some practice with media query. We want to make our navigation responsive, and we have to do that using a media query. So this is what we currently have, and we want to make it look like this when it reaches small screen sizes. I'm going to give you a little bit of a hint right now. I'm going to use the breakpoint of 675 pixels when I do it, and everything we need to be able to do this, we have learned. Now, media queries, we haven't done a lot with, so if you're not super comfortable with them, that's cool. Watch me and see how I do it, but I'm going to encourage you to see if you can figure it out. If you make a mistake, that's fine. I'd even say go and watch the video on media queries and then come back and do this, because I want you to make mistakes, because making mistakes is how you're going to learn, because you're going to get stuck on something and you're going to watch me do it. And then it's going to be like, oh, that's the stupid thing I was missing. And then you're going to be able to do it. You're going to do it and it's going to reinforce it. So try, if you get stuck, go and watch the media query video. If you still can't do it, then you can watch me do it. Or once you've got it, you can see how I do it, just to see if we're on the same page or not. And of course, I will try and explain things in as much detail as possible on how I'm doing things. And again, the breakpoint I'm going to be using is a max width of 675 pixels. All right, so the very first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to come to my container nav here, because this is where we have my display of flex. And we know that if I do a flex direction of column, it's going to switch things. So now these are stacking one on top of each other, whereas before, when we turn that off, they're going one next to each other like that. So this is what I want to be able to toggle on and off. So I mentioned a max width, so we're going to stick with that for now, and I'm going to create my media query. So at media, I'm going to put a space, put my parentheses, put my curly braces, and put a empty space, and I can come in and put in my max width of 675 pixels. Now, how I got that number, it was through a little bit of experimentation. Me talking about how you can figure out what numbers you want here, not in this video though, but when we start working on the bigger layout. So in here, I want to select once again my container nav. And this is one of the mistakes that I still make, as I mentioned before, where I forget that I have to redo my selector because I'm looking here. So if that was the mistake you made, just always remember when you're in a media query, you still need your selectors just like as if you were outside of it. The other thing is always the media query after your selector and not before it, or it will not work. In this case, it might, because we're not overwriting something, but still always try and keep your media queries after your selector. So we can in here do our flex direction of column. And so now if we come back and take a look at it, at large screens, it's looking normal, but when I hit that 675, which is really close to in the text there, you can see it, the whole thing hops down. So this is a good start, but now I also want to change the direction. I want to bring these to be stacking on top of each other, and I want everything to be centered. So let's see if we can do that. So here is where I have my header. So we need another media query for it. If you're going, well, I just made a media query, I don't want to write the whole thing out. And I did say before, you can always keep them grouped together to make it a little bit easier. You could also say, I'm in my layout, I'm going to put all my layout ones together at the bottom. If you did a separate media query, that's completely fine. You're not bloating your CSS file too much. Maybe it is, we talked about dry, and it's not super dry, always writing them over, and they are kind of long to write. So there's nothing wrong with, say, grouping all my layout ones together here. So still inside the media query, and I'm paying attention, like this is the end of my media query. So I'm coming inside my media query, and I'll select my header. And on here, I'm going to do my text align center. So that takes care of this, and it centers it, because if you remember before, we switched that. We'd originally had it on there and we turned it off. So now I'm adding that text align center back in to center this, and it goes back to almost that original layout that we had the first time now. But the cool thing is here it's like that. And then as we shrink down, we switch from left align to center, and they pop one on top of each other. So it's a really good start. The next thing that I want to do though is I do want these to stack one on top of each other as well, because we want it to work at really small screens. And when we get to this tiny screen size, this looks pretty terrible. So for that, I have all my navigation stuff. Let's come all the way to the bottom of all of that. I can put my media query. I'm just pasting it because I already had it copied. And I want to keep the same breakpoint. You will have times where you have multiple breakpoints, but try not to have them like 676 and then this other one's 679. If you have something at 675, just keep them all at 675. Just so you don't get a whole bunch of weird jumps going on. It makes your life a lot easier as well to know when things will be changing. We already have a display flex on my nav UL. So I see my nav UL, display flex is making them go next to each other. So that means the same way we did before, I can select that nav UL and I can put a flex direction on there of column. And now we can see that they're stacking one on top of each other, but they're not centered. Well, that's weird. Why aren't they centered? That's because of this margin left that I put on my nav LI. So that means I have to come through, I have to come down here and go to my nav LI, and I want to redefine my margin. Now in this case, they're really stuck close to each other up and down, but the margin is breaking in the left and right. So on my margin shorthand here, I'm going to give it like a 0.5 em on the top and the bottom. And on the left and the right, I'm going to set it to 0. But if we just did a 0.5 on all sides, it would probably be fine. And we can come take a look and look at that. It is looking awesome. And it's working at small screen sizes and it's working at big screen sizes. And everything is great. And somewhere along the way, I did lose my underline. So if you want a bit of practice, you could go and add that back in yourself if you feel like it. But right now, I'm super happy with that. You've made a ton of progress. Navigations for one of the simpler and smaller elements on a page, they're super complicated. There's so many different pieces to them through the header. Because we always have our header, we have something on the left, we have something on the right. Then we have to get our navigation, all pieces to go on the left and the right of each other. And for something that's really small, and they do take a lot of styling. So you just did one of the more complicated parts of most websites. So a bit of a pat on the back, probably a nice time to take a little bit of a break. If you feel like you want to revisit media queries a little bit and go back through them, do that now before we move on, because we will be using them a lot. But we're going to start building out a whole layout, and I think it would be a good time to take a break now just to help let everything absorb and sort of sink in a little bit before we go into the full big layout that we're going to be building, which is just going to be taking everything we've learned so far and giving us a lot of practice on all of that to help reinforce things even more. But it will take us a while to get through that layout because it is a pretty big thing that we will be building out with lots of different pieces. We're doing the whole thing. It's time to build out the rest of the site, and we're doing the whole thing. We're doing 3 whole pages for this. It's really going to help reinforce everything, and it's going to also give you a bit of an idea of how it works when you're doing a whole site. I'm going to try and go through naming conventions a little bit, as well as just seeing how there's a lot of similarity between the different pages. So once you've done the home page, you're actually really close to being done, which is always really nice. We're also going to be seeing how we can make it responsive. So we're going to be doing the small screens and the big screens. I have all 3 of them done for the big screens and only 2 of them for the small screens, just because they're really similar to one another. The homepage and this recent post page are almost identical, so I didn't bother doing a design for it. On the small screens for there, we are actually going to be building it out from the small screens to the big screens, which is the opposite of what we've done so far. But it is the more common way to work. It's called mobile first, and it's much more common to work that way. It's a little bit harder to share these in-depth designs through Scrimba. I'm going to have screenshots of them. I'm going to be highlighting the different things that I'm working on to try and explain things as clearly as possible. So we have a visual to go along with what we're working on, but you can also come to this link. I designed all of this using Adobe XD, and this link will give you all the design specs, and it's going to make it really easy for you to get the text and any information you need. So when you first click on that link, it will bring you to a page that looks a little bit like this. It's a little bit bigger, and you can choose which one of the designs you want to start looking at, and you can click on it and it will bring you into that design. Once you're in the design, it will probably be on the comments section. And what we want to do is we want to click where that big arrow is, which is to get into the assets and to start seeing all the different pieces that are in there. So once you're in, you can get all the different colors I've used. So I am going to list out the colors. I'm going to have this as an available slide, but with the actual hex codes written out. But if you're in here and you click on a color, it's automatically going to copy it into your clipboard. So you can just paste it right into the editor afterwards. And there is all the font sizes and everything that I've used here and all the different fonts that I've used. So you can get all the different character styles. It gives you the font weight, the font color, the font size, all of that stuff. The only problem is it also gives it all in pixels. If you want to work in pixels because it's going to be easier, by all means, I'm going to do it with Rem. But if you want to do it in pixels, there's nothing wrong with using pixels like there used to be with font sizes. So If you want to go that route, there's no issue with it. When you want to get the text, what you want to do is actually click on one of those boxes. So if I click on this, it's going to show me the size. Don't worry too much about the exact sizes of things. It's going to give you spacing. Again, I didn't make this a pixel perfect design. So if the spacing in your final one isn't exactly the same, that is completely fine. But when you click on a box, it's actually going to give you all the text that's in there. Now, the only problem is it does not include line breaks. So the continue reading and the title of it will sort of be all jammed up in one big paragraph, but it makes it a lot easier that you can sort of click through and get the different pieces of text. That way, I'm also going to have a file in Scrimba in the next video where you can get the text from if you don't want to be using the Adobe XD thing here. If you're on a page and you want to get back out of there, you want to go see one of the other pages, you can navigate through them. You can't see it at the bottom of the page. So there's a little navigation to go through the different pages at the bottom, or you can just click up here where it says the living the simple life, and it'll bring you back to that grid that you started on. So then you can choose which other page you want to go and visit. So in a little more detail, here are the 3 pages for desktops. When I'm writing my markup, I'm always focused on looking at the most complicated part of the design. When I do my CSS, as I mentioned, we're going to start mobile first. But when it comes to the markup, we need to really see the structure of the website when all the different pieces are in the places that they're going to end up at. And it's always a more complicated layout when we're on a desktop screen. So when I start writing my HTML, I'm going to be looking at these designs. And then when I start my CSS, I'm actually going to be looking at the small screens, and then we're going to move on up to these bigger screens. So in the next video, what I'm going to do is I'm going to break down how I analyze the homepage, and I'm going to start writing the markup for that. And we're going to make our way and write the markup for that. We're going to get the whole thing done. We're going to make it responsive. It's going to look great. And then we're going to move on to those other 2 pages, because as I mentioned, they're going to go pretty quickly once we've finished everything else here. I'm really looking forward to this. I think it's going to be so much fun. So I'm looking forward to seeing you in the next video where we can start focus on certain things. Okay, so we're going to be focusing on starting the basic structure for our homepage. I'm going to be doing the homepage, just the markup, over a few videos just to break it up a little bit, because it's going to make it a bit easier for you to find the parts that you want or to focus on certain things. So what I'm going to be doing in this one is we're just doing the homepage, and I'm looking at the basic overall structure of my page. So we already have the navigation. I'm going to be nice to you. We're not going to redo the whole thing. We're going to be continuing from where we left off with that navigation. We're going to be adding this whole section here as well as our footer down at the bottom. And I can see that everything here is being held in place by something. It's not stretching out. So just like we used on our navigation, we're going to use the container to hold everything in place there. Then when I look at that, I see this is my big piece that's holding everything. Okay, what's the next step? That's the big picture. But do I have something smaller than that? So yes, when I look inside of there, I see that there's 2 columns of content. I see there's this main big column on this side, and then this column on the other side. There's no weird pieces sticking out. Everything is living inside of a very distinct column. So I know I need to set up sort of a main structure area and a sidebar on the side. Then inside of those areas, I have these different pieces. So to explain this color coding that I've done a little bit, if we look here, this is sort of this unique part of the website. This is the featured post. It's the one that stands out the most. The layout is unique. So that is its own component. It's going to have its own sort of markup. The way the code or the HTML is written for that is going to be a little bit unique. It's going to have its own class name. Then I have these 3 that repeat themselves. They're all exactly the same thing, just the content in them is changing. The layout is the same, the colors are the same, everything is identical. I just have to change the text and the image for each one. So each one of those will be exactly the same structure, just with different text going in. So they can all have the same classes on there and they're going to work fine. And then over on this side, same thing. I have these 2 components, these 2 little sidebar widget type things. They're looking exactly the same from one another. The content in them is different, but this main styling, the heading on them is identical. The big parts, the important parts of them are the same. So I'm going to give those the same class as well. In this video, I'm just focusing on that. I'm going to do the big picture. I'm going to set everything up. Then in the next one, I'm going to break each one of these up into its own video where we're going to look at how I'm going to do the HTML just for this one, and then a third video on the HTML for this one. And then we'll start going into the CSS, and we'll go back through and do the CSS for each one of those as well, starting mobile first and then graduating up to big screens. So if you'd like and you want to use that Adobe XD link and you didn't open it before, you can click here and open it up. Or if you'd prefer, I have put text files for everything, including all the pages. So if you're being very ambitious, all the text is currently there. The one that isn't there is the recent posts, because the text is exactly the same as the homepage. The layout will change a little bit, but all the text is the same. I put the sidebar and the footer as separate text files. So on the homepage, it's just those articles. And for the sidebar, you can grab that from this file here. I have already included all the images, but you're going to notice they're not the right size. And I only have one version of all the images, even though the images are changing throughout this. Now, you could have two different versions. You could have the thumbnail version and a big version. You'll notice even the cropping is different in them. I'm going to show you a trick where you can use one image, so it just lessens the load a little bit. We don't have to do two downloads because we have the same image here and here, for example. We can do all that with one image, even though the cropping is different. It might not be the most common practice to do it this way, but I want to show you a really neat trick on how we can recrop images in a way that is sort of new to CSS actually, and is pretty easy to do. So all the images are there, everything is ready for you to get started, and we just have to come right here after our header and get to work. So I want you to do as much of this as possible on your own. And of course, then I'm going to go through and explain as much as I can as I'm going through it. And again, I'm really going to be breaking up my HTML a lot over different videos just to keep the video length down, because I don't want to give you one really long video where you get, if you have to come back to it later and you have trouble finding the spot you're looking for, I think it'd be a little bit easier this way. So let's jump into it and start with this main structure here where I just have this big main area and then I have this footer down at the bottom. So what I'm going to do, and I'm going to introduce a few new elements here, and if you did this on your own, I wouldn't have expected you to have these. We have our header at the top, which often includes things like the logo and the navigation. That's sort of what you usually find up in your header. Now next up, if we go and look at our design again, we have this yellow box, right? But this yellow box is pretty much holding in the position of what we have up here where we have our navigation, and we use a container for that. So we might as well start with a container. So we can do our div class container, because all of that does have to be held in the middle of our page. And below, all the way at the bottom, we can have a footer and close our footer. The footer is super simple, so we can just throw in a couple of paragraphs right now. When we do the footer, I might come back and give these classes, but for the moment, I really want to focus on the structure of what's inside my container here. We're going to look at two elements which have a lot of semantic meaning and which are really important for the good structure of a site. So I'm going to do a main and close main, and after here, I'm going to put an aside and close aside. So the main is literally the main content of your website, the main content of the website, what the focus of this page is. So the focus of this page is all these articles that I have on my homepage here. Inside that, we can have all of my articles. Aside it's a bit of a weird one. It can fill in different roles depending in the context that it's being used in, which can definitely be confusing. I've been confused by aside because there's lots of different information out there on it. But the main way you can think about it, if it's not being used inside of a section of a main section of content. So a div is not a main section of content. An aside is sort of a secondary information for your whole page. So if we come and look at this, this is the main content. And then I have this secondary stuff, which is like these little widgets that are showing up on the side here. So this is secondary. This is the main content that I want people to do. So the aside can be that. As we go through and find other situations, hopefully we can understand a little bit more how things like aside and main do work. Main is the easy one though, because it is the main content. And that also means you can only have one main per page. Main is an important element to use on a page, and it can actually affect the accessibility experience of people that are visiting your website, because they use assistive technologies. And one of the things those can look for is your main. There are literally people who are blind that visit websites. So there are programs that will read things out to them. This could be blind or just have very bad vision, and it will read the page out to them. Or it could be if you have an injury and you're having trouble using a mouse and you're using keyboard navigation, things like that. Having your header and having a nav and having a main and an aside, this really can help the experience some people have on your website. Now, the main has very good browser support, but older browsers, including Internet Explorer 11, which people still use, don't understand it. So if you really want to be good, you can also add the role of main on there as well. It's not required for newer browsers. If you do want to support some older browsers, such as Internet Explorer, then you want to have your role of main on there as well. So I'm going to leave it. Now, if this is a little bit too much, or you're like, this isn't what I'm here for right now, that's cool. I'm going to put a link in the notes, though, for people who are interested, to the Ally project, which is A11Y. Which is short for the Accessibility Project. It has lots of information on accessibility and best steps you can take in putting your website together. It is a fantastic resource to keep on learning and learn about a part of the web that's super important, but that not enough people focus on. Now, with that little sidebar out of the way, on my aside, I am going to give this a class of sidebar. Now, the reason I'm doing that is I'm not just keeping the aside, it is possible for websites to have multiple sides. Unlike the main, which you can only have one of, an aside can be used for a few different things, like I mentioned. So because of that, just like a div, I'm always going to give it a class. An aside, I'm also always going to give a class. That sort of works out for the main content that we have here, because I've put in these two columns now, and we have our footer you can use. Let's jump into our main and start adding a few things. And once again, there is a new element that we're going to be exploring, which is the article. And I think this one's pretty self-explanatory, so I'm not going to do too much explanation on it. But it is, when you have an article on a website, you can use the article element. So it's saying this is an article, and an article is sort of this self-contained little element. So when we're inside of an article, if I put a heading, so say I put an H2 in here, it's the heading for this article, and they know that that heading is related to this article, which is really cool and really useful. So it's a little bit self-contained compared to other things. Now, if we come and look at this article is a little bit different from the other three articles we have on the page. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this first article a class of article featured. And then on these ones here, I'm going to give them a class of article recent. And I'll explain my naming in 1 second. Let's just add this onto those ones. So first I'm starting with article and then putting featured, just so when I have in my CSS, I'm going to have my article featured and my article recent. They're not going to be separate from one another. Like, I'm keeping everything together. It makes my CSS a little bit easier for me to read. If you prefer putting featured article and recent article because that's how you'd actually say it, there's nothing wrong with that at all. I prefer starting things with sort of the name of what it is. It's almost like when I do a modifier class of button and then button accent. It's my article featured and my article recent. So I know they're both articles because that's the first thing I see, and then I can see, oh, it's different because this is my featured one or a recent one. In this article, if we take a look at it, I have my image first, I have the date, then I have a title, a paragraph, and the last but not least, I do have the continue reading. I'm going to do something a little weird though, and I'm not going to put them in this order. So we can explore something else with Flexbox when it comes time to style it, and because we want to sort of follow best practice. So the very first thing I'm going to put in here is the H2, and I'm going to give this a class of article title, and close H2. After my article title, now what I'm going to do is put my image. So we need an SRC on that, which we'll get to after, and an ALT, which we'll do after. And we're also going to add a class on this of article image. We can follow that up with a paragraph. And actually we need two different paragraphs because we have one for the date and one for the rest of the text. And then we need my link down at the bottom. On the first paragraph, there are two different paragraphs, but we're using them for two different things. This one has the date and how many comments the post has. And this paragraph here is just sort of like a regular paragraph. So on this first one here, I'm going to give it a class of article info. The reason I'm doing info is because I'm going to put the date and the comments in there and not just have one or the other. So we can do, so if it was just the date, I could call it article date, or if it was just the comments, we could do article comments, but I'm just going to call it article info like that. Then we can come down to this one. I'm going to give it a class, even though I don't know if it's really necessary, but I'm going to call it article body. And the reason body, it's body text. If you're coming, I do come actually from a print background. Regular text you see in an article is the body text. It's also, we have our, that's why we have the body. It's the body of the page. This is the body text of so it's like the main content. Don't know if I'm actually going to end up styling it, but you sort of get the idea that I'm using a class for everything here, because when I get to my CSS, that way I know it's super easy to select anything that I want to select. So then I also have this down here. I'm going to give this a class of, I'm going to call it read more instead of continue reading, just because continue is really long and I'll probably make a typo, and it still gets the same message across. So I think that works out fine. Now, again, the order of this is not the same order as here. So if you did it in a different order, there's nothing really wrong with that. The reason I'm doing it in this order is, imagine if somebody were to come on this page and for some reason the CSS doesn't load. If they get it in the actual order and they see the content in the order that we see here with no CSS, the hierarchy and the order things are in, they're not really the best. We have this useless sort of information first, to be honest, followed by the title. Also, imagine if you're using a screen reader and it's just going one piece to the next piece through this, and it reads this and then it reads the title. It's kind of weird. You read the title first, and if you're interested in that without knowing the date that it was published first. So I like putting it this way, and we can actually use a cool Flexbox technique and feature to change the order of things here visually without impacting the actual order that they are in the markup. So this actually makes more sense when you're looking at it from a content perspective, but with the styles, we can change the order of it all, which is really, really cool. Now, these recent articles, they're a little bit different, so I'm actually going to break those down in the next video. I was planning on doing it in this one, but I don't want to overwhelm. We already went through quite a bit there. So in the next video, we're going to look at this, because if we go and look at it, oh my goodness, we actually have 2 columns in these. So let's see how we div closed. In our recent articles here, as I mentioned right at the end of the last video, we actually have 2 columns. Oh my goodness, that complicates matters now, doesn't it? So I'm going to come in here and create 2 divs, one for each column, div close div. But this first column here is going to have a class on it of article recent main, and I'm going to give this one a class is equal to article recent secondary. So it's like my main content and the secondary content of my article. Now, if you don't really like those names, I maybe could come up with a better name for them. A lot of people don't like the idea that I'm repeating article recent. I don't like the idea of just using main and secondary, because maybe you have a main and I have a secondary for something else too that are just completely different. Could you, instead of doing it this way, have an article recent and then use a descendant selector, your compound selector, to say like article recent main space main and article recent space secondary? Yes, you 100% could. But again, I like trying to avoid those descendant or those compound selectors when I can. So I'm going to use my main and my secondary on this. It does create a long class name to have to write when we get to our CSS, but it does also make my CSS really easy to read and understand when I'm working in it. So I do like that, even if it does mean being a little bit more verbose. The main content here, this is where I'm going to have my H2, which can have the same class as I have here. Sometimes a featured article will have a different like font settings, but right now it's the same font size, the same font color, the same font, everything. If these 2 different articles had different font sizes, I'd be looking at this in a completely different way. I'd be giving this one like featured article title and this one recent article title or something like that. It's the same. They're both the exact same styles on them. I'm going to stick with the same class because I think that makes a lot of sense. Inside of there, I also have my body and I also have the continued reading. So you know what? We can copy all this and paste it in here. And exactly like before, these have the exact same styling on it as they do up here. So we can keep the same class names. Once we've styled it once, we've styled the whole thing. The main difference between our featured article and this one is just the structure of them is a little bit different. So we can have the 2 columns in one, whereas the other one doesn't have the 2 columns in it. These 2, I can grab and I can throw in this secondary over here because they really are secondary information. And now that I have one of those built, well, I can just copy that whole thing and paste it right here. There's all the structure of that. In the next video, I'll take a look at the aside. Now, the sidebar is actually going to be pretty easy to set up, pretty much because we have just 2 different things to create. They're really, really simple. We only have one thing to actually create in all of this, which is, I'm going to call it div class equals sidebar widget. Now, if you are going, Kevin, just call it a widget. Go for it. You can call it just a widget. I just want to be super explicit that this widget is meant to live in my sidebar. I don't think I'd have a widget that would live somewhere else, but when I'm styling it up and when I have it, I just want to be really clear what this widget is actually being used for. We have 2 widgets. So the widget, if we come and look back at the design, the widget is the same with the big gray background on it. And then inside my 2 widgets, so it's 1 and 2, there's a little bit of content, but it's really not that much. Let's just separate things a little bit. The first widget here is going to have a H2 on it, and the class will be, I'm just going to call it widget title, because I think if I put sidebar widget title, people would start getting mad at me. I think widget title is fine. It's very straightforward to what it's being used for. I do have an image in here. So we have our SRC and our ALT that we need. And then in this case, I have a paragraph. So you probably guessed it. I want a class on this too. Let's call it widget body, close paragraph. And then I have my other widget over here. Now this widget is a little bit different. I have the same styling on this as I do on this one, but the content's a little bit different. I just have an image and a title. So what I'm going to say is this widget sidebar here. So we're going to start off with one thing, which will be an H2, just like before, to have the class of widget title, close H2. And then instead of having an image and a paragraph, we have a few, like, they're sort of like articles, but they're not really articles. So I don't think they deserve to be called an article. So I'm just going to use a div class, and it's going to be called a widget recent post, close div. And we have 3 recent posts. I'm just going to do one and then we'll copy and paste it a few times. For my my widget recent post, the reason I'm doing a widget recent post is if I come and look at it, I have an image, I have a title, and then I have an underline. Image, title, underline, image, title, and that last one doesn't actually have an underline. So we'll have to figure out how we can turn off the underline on the last one. It's not something hard to do, but it's something new and really cool that you can do with CSS. I always get excited about the CSS parts. These markup parts aren't as exciting, but I digress. Let's go and look. So what I would do here is I'm going to put my H3 in this case. And the reason I'm doing an H3 is because they are a title. It's a title for the post, but it's a subsection to this. So recent posts, this is like the category recent posts. And then I have these 3 different recent posts that are in there. Now, once again, I'm putting my H3 before the image. And one part of it is because I really want to practice that thing with Flexbox where you can change the visual order of things. And I do think it does make more sense to have it structured this way with the title followed by an image. If you did it the other way around, though, it probably wouldn't be the end of the world. So this, do we give it the really long title of widget recent post title? I'm going to keep the widget recent post title. If you wanted to shorten it up, if you're doing your own site and you said widget post title, I think that would be perfectly fine. I don't think there's any issue with that. The reason I wouldn't want just post title or the reason I wouldn't want something that doesn't have the word widget in it is because I wouldn't want people to get it confused with this article recent, because we have article recent, but then just article title here. So if we only put something in here that involved the word recent, say recent post title, that can really get confused. And when you're looking at it, you'd think it actually belongs up with my recent articles. It's very verbose, but what's wrong with being a little bit verbose? It just makes your code much easier in the long run when to know exactly what it's being used for. So I don't mind being a little bit verbose. If you have a shorter way of writing it, or you can come up with a better name, there's nothing wrong with that. By all means, come up with shorter ways of writing it. I might be if this was a personal site that I was doing, I might try and come up with things that are a little bit shorter just because I don't like typing. But when we're learning, especially, I think it's super useful to being super clear what things are being used for. And it is a good habit to build up when you're coming up with your class names anyway. It does make class naming a little bit harder sometimes, but it's usually worth the trouble. So my image has a source on it. It will have an ALT on it. And it will have a class on it. And you know what? I forgot to put an image. I forgot to put a class on this one. Now, I think both images are going to be treated the same way. So I'm going to call this one widget image. And is widget spelled with a D? Man, widget's a weird word, eh? I was thinking maybe it was only widget, but it's widget. All of a sudden, after looking at it a whole bunch of times, I went, oh my goodness, I just spelled it wrong throughout this entire thing. So yeah, I think we can take this class here and put the same one on this, because the 2 images will be behaving, or the 4 images will behaving in a super similar way. And once I mentioned we have our widget recent post, once that is finished, we can just copy that one and paste it a few times. And now we have everything we need for our homepage intact or ready to go. I'm not going to make you go through and put all the text into everything here, but if you want to and you're adventurous, go through right now and put all the text in and just see what you can do with it. See if you can start styling this up and organizing things, at least on a basic level. I know we haven't looked at how we can reorganize things visually when the order in the markup is wrong. We will be looking at that in the videos. We're also going to see a little bit more on the images and how we can crop them properly. But you have most of the tools you have to be able to do this site. If you don't want to do the text, I'm going to do it all off camera. When we start the next video, all of the text will be in place and all the images will be there. So if you just want to start with all of the content already in place, hit pause right at the start, and then you could try and style it up from there. I don't blame you. I'd probably do that. I do think it's going. So we're going to be getting started with the CSS. I'm so excited by this. I love working on big projects like this and sharing how I work on big projects like this. And while I can't see the work you do, I'm excited for you to challenge yourself and to have some fun with this. So here is that Adobe XD link again, just in case you never opened it. I do think it's going to make your life a lot easier. So I would really encourage you to click through and use that to get the specs. But if you'd rather, I'm going to keep this slide open. The nice thing with the Adobe XD version of it is if you go on the homepage here, you can zoom in on different parts of it and look at them in a little bit more detail, which might make it a little bit easier to work on. In this video, we're just focusing on the global style, sort of setting the stage for everything. It is going to take us a little while to get through all the CSS that we need to do on this one, but let's jump into it and actually get started. Because it is the first time we're looking at a big project, I am going to start now. If you want to do it on your own, by all means, do as much of this on your own as you can with what you have and with everything you know. As I've already mentioned, there are a few things we have not covered yet that I'm going to use this project as an opportunity to teach you about. But constantly throughout all the lessons where we're building out this page, I will be stopping you and asking you to do things that you've already done. So it's not just going to be following along with me. I do want you to be pushing yourself and learning while we're doing all of this as well. If you didn't get that Adobe XD link already, it will also be in the notes of the lesson too, just in case you don't want to have to try and worry about the slides or anything like that. So as promised, I put in all the content here, so that will definitely make your life a little bit easier. And let's go over to the CSS. Now we already have some CSS in here because, well, we did this when we did our navigation, right? So we're going to leave this all here. It does make our life a little bit easier to work with because we've already set a few things up. Now I'm not going to be constantly coming and looking at the layout throughout this, but I'm going to have it open on my own screen on the side, like I'd encourage you to do with the link that I have shared you, because it's a lot easier when you're looking at your design. I will be opening it occasionally, but I don't want to constantly be opening and closing it just so I think that'd be annoying for you. But whenever I'm sort of looking at bigger subjects or when we have to come and examine something, I want to explain myself, I will open up this slide just to take a little bit of look of it. But if I'm just grabbing font sizes or doing small things, I might just refer to as you can see in the slide or as you can see in the design. So there's a lot of commonality that's going on in this. All of our titles are looking exactly the same. We have our continued reading. We just have the basic body and the setup of that. As I said, I like starting with global styles. I already mentioned this video is about the global setup. So that's what I'm going to be focusing on. And of course, I've given you a whole bunch of the typography. Now, I didn't put the colors, but I showed you what it looked like. So I'm assuming you can figure out what color you need and stuff like that. So let's go and set all of that up. So we already have our H1 and our subtitle set up here, so we might as well keep going through this and set up the other parts of our typography, because I do think that's the best place to start whenever doing your CSS, because it really sets the stage. When you start doing the layout stuff, sometimes if you don't have the type set up, things don't look good and you start getting frustrated and you're moving things around, and then you change a font size and you have to undo other stuff you did. So always starting, for me, it makes a lot of sense starting with the type. I think it prevents problems or other issues from cropping up along the way. So we had our subtitle, which I could put here, just a comment to myself that this is like the logo subtitle, because I didn't give it the best name, to be honest, because we also have our article title. And I don't want to confuse that my subtitle, like this is the subtitle for my H1, or maybe I could even put H1 subtitle. So I know that it's not dealing with my article title that I created, and it's not a subtitle for my article. Now, if I did have subtitles, which I don't here, but if we had like a secondary title for all my article titles, I would have had article-subtitle, just to clarify my naming and all of that. So I'm going to go through and set this one up. So the font family is Laura. And well, what's the easiest thing to do to get that font family? It's to come up to here and to copy it. But wait a second, if I have to come somewhere and copy it, that already means that maybe I shouldn't be doing that. Maybe I should be combining two selectors together. Probably a good idea, because I also am going to want my font weight here to be shrunk down as well. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take both of those off of my H1 and actually come all the way up here and put it H1, H2. Now, I'm doing it on the H1 and the H2. I could also be doing this on my article title. If you think that makes more sense, by all means, go for it. But I'm only going to have my H2s as article titles in this page. It's very possible you have designs that are different and that aren't like that. And you know what? My H3s have that as well, because my H3s are, I'm going to actually open up this. I said I wouldn't too much, but these are my H3s, and they're sharing a lot of commonality with everything, my H1 and my H2. So even though they do have a class on them, the way I usually do it is I'll start with the really generic H1, H2, H3, do as much of like global stuff on that. And then when it makes sense to have my class, to put things on that, it really depends on the layout and the design that you're creating as well. Sometimes you only need these, you never have a class. Sometimes you have a lot more on your classes. I wish there was like, this is the answer that I could give you. One of the fun things I think with CSS is there is no this is the answer that I can give you, which can be very frustrating when you're learning. But I do want to show you that it's not all just like this cookie cutter, cut and dry thing, and that if you didn't do this and you just put everything on the class, that'd be perfectly fine. There's not a problem with that. But if you find yourself repeating yourself, try and make combinations. And again, you're going to see, you could even have it H1, H2, H3, and then maybe, have your article title in there as well as a selector, even though that might be a bit redundant. Maybe you're going to have an article title that's a paragraph for some odd reason. You never know. And you just want it for visual reasons and not necessarily for other reasons. I could have my article title here as well as like another selector that's in that. Now, I'm not doing that this time because my H2s and my article titles are the same thing. But I'm going to leave it just like this for now. But if you're not too sure, either put everything on your class and you're completely fine. There's nothing wrong with working that way. It's how I worked for the longest time. But now whenever I find myself having to come and copy something, I'm just going to group it up to here. And because this was just my regular H1 tag, I'm just sticking with H2, H3. But if I put my classes up there as well, that's completely fine and completely normal. And you know what else is the same on all of them actually is the color. They all use that same dark blue color. So we can also put this up here. And we've done a lot. The only thing I really need my article title for is the font size. So my font size on this case, it's 24 pixels, which comes out to 1.5 rem. So if you were looking at the Adobe XD, you would have seen 24. It's one of the very common number for font sizes. And it works well. 1.5 is a nice, easy one to do. Now, I do have the body text font size, which I have is 1.125 rem. So I have a choice now of, this is my body, and then I have my typography grouped here. There are some people who will come and put like this and say body and put a font size down here as well. Again, I'm not doing it on my paragraph because I don't want it to only affect my paragraphs. I want it to affect everything. And it's not so much going to be affecting on this page, but we will have a project where we will see a big difference on that. So I'm going to come up here onto my body and I'm going to set the font size here to 1.125 rem. And I think that is it. So that's good. And the next thing we want to do on this one, so we have the links at the end, which always have that article read more that say continue reading in them. So we need to style that. So article read more has the font size of 0.875 rem. And if you leave off the leading zero, there's no problem. You can just do it like this. I tend to do it that way because it's one less keystroke. I know a lot of people prefer the zero. It's up to you which one you want to have. And there's the dates that have the same font size on them. So why don't we do this? That we also have, I put dates in my Adobe XD file, but if you remember, we actually called it article info because it's not just the date. There is some extra information in there as well. So the two of those have the same font size. Oop, don't forget the dot. But there are some differences between them. So on my article read more, we also want to be throwing in here a few other things. The color on that link is that bright blue of ours. They are links. So if we actually, I'm going to take a look at this for the first time since we've set all of this up. We should see it's starting to come together because we're setting things up really nicely. I forgot to change the font weight on the body. And notice how it's a little bit bolder than in my design. So in my XD file, even on the slide here where I put the style, I definitely mentioned that it should be Ubuntu Lite, and I didn't make that change. So here with my continue reading button, we can see there's an underline on it, and we don't want that underline to be there. So we can turn that off, text declaration of none, and the font weight of 700, because it is the regular bold. If you wrote the word bold, that would be perfectly fine too. The one thing we won't be looking at, as I mentioned when we were looking at the logo, is the spacing on the letters. The spacing on the letters is a little bit spaced out. We're going to see in the next module. We're going to come back to this project. We're going to be stepping up our style. We're going to make things look a little bit fancier and nicer. So let's come up to my body on that one thing that I forgot, which is my font weight. Font weight should be 300. And actually, let's go look. I don't think it's working. There's a reason why. It's because I didn't I didn't load it in with my Google Fonts, but I want to take this opportunity to show you a nice little trick. Because sometimes you realize there's a font weight along the way that you need that you didn't bring in or you didn't load when you were at Google Fonts. It's annoying if you've closed your tab to find the right font, to open up the little black bar thing, to go back to customize, get the link, copy it back to, it's not that many steps at all, but if you can avoid it, it's always nice. So when we're bringing in our Google Fonts, I've shown you that it adds the numbers here. It's just putting in the numbers and comma separating them. So if you forgot one and you want to add it in after, you can literally just come here and add it in like that. It's really, really simple, really, really easy. And now we have access to our 300 as well. So if we come and look, we should see, there we go. The fonts are nice and light and they look much, much nicer. My continue reading is also looking okay. One thing I didn't do on that though was I made a bit of a boo-boo. I did not include a hover. So I'm going to come in and add a hover to it. And if we have a hover, we need one other thing. What is it? Hope you said focus. On these long ones, I like to copy and paste to make life a little bit easier. I'm going to remove the font weight because we don't want to change that. I want to change my color to the darker color, just so we have a color. But I also want to add the text decoration back in because I find it's going to be a shifting color, but I think adding the underline will really just make it more pronounced. So the original text decoration, we haven't looked much at this, but if you want to, it's just writing the word underline. That's the default style that's already there. So we can add it back in by doing a text decoration underline, or you can put that on something that doesn't have an underline and you can create one. So if you had a span where you wanted an underline, this is one way you can do it. So now if we go and take a look at what we have everything is looking pretty good, and you can see it changes color, and I'm getting that underline that's coming on there as well. So we have two things left to do in the typography section before we finish off this video, but I'm going to do them as a challenge to you before I do them. They're both things we've looked at before. And I won't lie to you, I forgot to do this at the beginning. So you might have noticed at the beginning of this video, we didn't have the bold or the link here. I've just added them in now. Sorry about that. But now that they are here, I need you to style them for me. The problem with the bold one is it's not bold enough. It looks a little bit bold, but it's not really quite getting there. And I'll explain why in a second. And then the other problem is this. It just, some basic styling on our link. We want to make sure we have a hover, change the color, and all of that on there. So I'll let you do those two, and then I'll take a look and explain a little bit of what's going on with the strong. All right, so I'm assuming you put them down here when you did it on line 60, and I left a space there to do it. So that's completely fine. Just to say, if I was doing this myself, I'd actually leave this space here because I'm going into a next section of content anyway. But I would actually bring those up here where I have my general, like my H1, H2, H3 selectors. Because then I'm getting into classes, and I just like organizing things, and this is just personal preference on my part. There's no right or wrong answer here, but I would have my A here as well as my strong tag. If I had paragraph styles, if I had anything that's just a regular tag before I get into the typography of my classes, I would include all of the general ones first. So on my A here, we can set the color of it, which is the light color. Now, one that you might have also found a way to sort of combine it with other selectors. And if you did that, that's really cool. I think that's the only change we needed there. But of course, we need our A hover and a focus. We also want to give it, I'm just going to do the same color change that I did on those read more links. And as I said, we need to style the strong tag because the font isn't bold enough. It's a little bit bold and it's not really getting very bold. And the reason for this is, depending on the browser you're using, actually, bold can have two different settings on it. One of them is bold, which will just bring it to 700 automatically, but the specification actually outlines that it should be bolder. Like there's literally a bolder keyword. So if I come on my link here, just so we can stay in one spot and not create a new class or anything, if I set the font weight on this to bolder, you'll see it looks a lot like my strong tag here. It's gained a little bit of weight. What bolder means, I'm going to go back to my index for a second, is it means we're currently here, go one step bolder. So it's going to go from 300 to the next available font in the scale. Whereas if you use the actual bold keyword, so instead of bold, it goes to bolder, it goes to bold. Now you can see it's gotten super fat. Like look at the difference there between this one and my link. So bold will always jump to 700, whereas bolder will go to the next available. This depends what browser you're in. Google Chrome will actually normally go to bold, whereas Firefox and some other browsers will go to bolder. But bolder is the official specification. That's the way it should be working. That's one of the reasons on a strong tag, even if it looks good on your screen, different browsers might be doing different stuff. So always tell it what font weight you want to have. In this case, it should be 700, and we can take this font weight of my A off. And if you put the word bold, that would be fine too. Bold and 700 should end up at the same place. I prefer the numbers. A, they're faster, they're a bit more consistent. And when you start getting into like the in-betweens, which you're often going to be using, it's just a lot easier to use a number. So there we go. Now I have the nice big bold font on there, and everything else is looking good. My link is clearly something we can click on, and that's it. We don't have anything else to do. The dates, we don't actually have to, this article info, we don't actually have to do any other more styling than the font size. I know in my outline I put that it should be light, but because I put the light font weight on my body here, that's automatically going to get applied to everything now pretty much, unless I explicitly overwrite it by putting a font weight on it. So everything is done, we're good to go. In the next video, we can start with the layout of typography first. In this video, we're just looking at the big picture. I always start big picture. Now, typography maybe isn't big picture, but as I mentioned, when you set up layout and then things aren't looking good, then you change the type, things change again, then you go back to layout. So I always like doing typography first, then big layout, and then slowly working my way to like more and more like all the different smaller pieces of my layout, which we often call components. We have a few different components on this page. We have our widget component, our featured article component, and our recent article component is sort of how I'm going to break this page down the same way when we were doing our markup, how I looked at it. So we need something that's going to hold the page in the middle, and then we need that to have two different columns on it, and we need to set those two columns to have the right sizes on them. A few decisions that have to be made now about a few different things. Now, one thing that we've already done, if we scroll down and we find where we did our layout, we already created a container. So that's pretty cool because that means our content here is already inside of a container. It's already being held within the same place because when we created this, we gave it that same container. So if I go really, really big now, I can't go, my content will stop growing at one point, which is awesome. So we don't have to worry too much about the container itself. The first thing I'm going to worry about is setting up those two columns though. So in my layout, if we come back actually, and we should look at our index, you're always going to be jumping back and forth between the two of them unless you have a really good memory for your classes. We had my main, and my main is all my main articles, and then we had an aside right there, and then all my aside is that secondary widget on the side. And all of that is living inside of this container. Now, the container, I don't want to give it a display flex because I might get other content inside of a container that I don't want to have a display flex on. So that's the same reason I had my container and my container nav here. And when I did that, it's because I wanted to make this container have a display flex on it. Now, what I'm realizing is I'm coming and I want to do the same thing here. So having container nav here wouldn't make a lot of sense. I could call it container main or main content, but why not come and give it a class like container flex? And the idea here is I have a container, but I'm also making this container a flex box. If I do container flex there, and then I come up here and I change this one, the reason I'm changing that one now is because I'm going, oh, well, I want these two to have the exact same behavior. I might as well give them the exact same class. This might not work in every situation you run into, because if you remember when we did this, we had display flex, but we also had this justify content space between. In this case, that's a good thing. It's exactly what we want because we want to push our two things as far apart as possible. So container nav, display flex, that's fine. So we can just change this from nav to container flex. And that means anytime we have a container, we need a display flex on with this justify content space between, we can use this class and we're modifying. So we have a normal container if we need it, and we can take that a step further when we want to with this modifier of that original container. Now, technically, and a lot of places will just call this like flex, or it'd be like a flex class, right? It'd be flex, and you might add something to the name to indicate that it's also doing this. Or if you really get into something called atomic CSS, it would have like you'd have literally dflex, which would just be display flex. Then you can have something that else is just justify content that just applies justify content. I'm personally not a fan of doing that. But I think you could just call it flex if you think you'd use this for a whole bunch of reasons. I tend to do more this type of thing personally, but one thing with CSS and CSS naming conventions, there's about a million different approaches to it. So I'm throwing a few ideas out there. I'm going to stick with this one for now. If we work through our project, sometimes you end up running into a situation where maybe you end up changing the name again. Now, part of CSS is planning things ahead, but it's really hard to do when you're a complete beginner. So I want to show you the type of things that you might run into. If you've planned things out really well from the beginning because you've made 100 sites and you can analyze the design really well right from the get-go, you might not need to be making these things. Or you might realize I always need to have something like this. And right from the beginning, you're always giving yourself some sort of flex class that just has like these basic settings on it that you can use whenever you need it. Simplify your life as much as possible. And we go take a look at our layout now. We should have two columns. Now everything's a little bit broken because my images are huge. So we can see though, we have two columns. That's amazing. we're almost finished, honestly, with the big layout. And the two big things that we need to go through and fix right now are the image sizes, and it's really going to help. And then we can set our column sizes as well. I'm going to go all the way up to the top where my body is. And right after that, I'm going to put my image here. I find this a really like global, generic thing. It doesn't really fit into layout. It's definitely not part of typography. It's just sort of my general thing that lives up here at the top. And I'm going to say max width is 100%. I'm also going to put a display of block on here. I'm doing it now not to confuse you, but just to say, I remember when I said images are usually display inline, it does lead to this issue where there's a small, when an image is display inline, which it is by default, it gets this little space underneath that I'm not going to worry about why that happens right now. But what it means is when you're setting spacing on them, it doesn't always line up exactly how you want it to. So this is like every site you ever do, literally. You might do something like this, where it just solves 98% of the problems you'll ever have with an image. We have one other thing we're going to do to deal with the cropping on them, but this is just like if you're setting up your images, these two things will just make your life a lot easier. So I sort of recommend always having, it's like body this, image this, and then you're done. So if we go and take a look now, hey, look, things have already gotten much better. I also made another mistake with my typography. We'll fix that when we get to our widgets though. The last thing I want to do is sort of set the proper sizes on those. So that was my main and my aside. So I'm definitely going to come down to my layout. Containers really sort of generic. Then I have my header. This is all header. We might as well go right here. I have my navigation. I have this in its own category. I might, depending on how you want to work, you might keep your navigation up here with your header stuff because the navigation's in there. I'm just going to come right here and say my main, and we have my aside. I want you to set some sizes on this, see how it can look, and see if we end up agreeing on the sizes we're going to put on this. All right, so on my main on this one, I'm going to put a width of 75%, and on my aside, I'm going to give this a width of 20%. Now let's go take a look. That might look a little bit wider than what we need it to be, but that's okay. I think overall we're sort of hitting what we need and what we want it to look like. So you can see it's working. Now we do need to build a breakpoint into this as well, right? Because, oh man, that sucks when we get to the small screens. Oh no, there's a problem with my navigation. I want you to try and fix it and see what it is. See if you can figure out what it is, because we had the right code, but now there's an issue. See if you can solve it. Did you find it? This is finding little changes, whether it's a typo or just sort of running through things quickly and trying to find issues, is a really good skill to have. It's something you can get pretty good at. Typos are like spelling color wrong or just setting the wrong property on something, spelling direction, but you mix up the C and the T. Things like that can cause a lot of problems. Now, in this case, that's not exactly what it was, but it's because I renamed my container Flex, but in my media query, I never redefined that and changed the name here. So remember, we had container nav, we changed it to container Flex. I need to do that here too to make sure that it's working. And hey, look at that. We have that working wonderfully, but we've run into a problem of we still have the wrong widths on things. Now, these are using something called max width instead of min width. And I mentioned that we sort of want to be doing a mobile first approach to things instead of working from the big screen to the small screen. It generally makes your life a lot easier. You end up writing less CSS because the defaults are a bit more of your friend. So in the next video, we're going to explore how we can switch our min widths to a max width and a little bit of refactoring we can do. And then you're going to see how much easier it just makes it. So we're not overwriting as much. We can write a lot less code. So I'm actually going to take this test. So to start thinking mobile first, what I'm actually going to do is completely remove my media query. So let's take this out and take that out. So we're left with this. Now we don't want this code just floating around like that. So I'm actually going to take this text align center and make it the new default. And I'm going to take this flex direction column and I'm going to make that the new default. And we can delete this extra stuff here. What I'm also going to do is I'm going to delete these for the moment. And you're going to see why. Because when I delete that, and if we hadn't had the media query there at all, and we go and take a look at it, at small screen sizes, we're almost done. We've sort of done the mobile first design. There's not a lot to it here that we're missing. There's some spacing issues. We need a little bit of margin to separate some stuff, a few little decorations here or there. This just needs the box. We need to fix that typography thing I talked about, but you're sort of 90% of the way there. The problem with working on the big screen first is you're writing a bunch of code and then you're overwriting it all at the small screen size. You're resetting your columns back to what they were before. You're changing things to be back the way, if you hadn't done it, it's exactly what it would have looked like. Now, the problem is when we get to the big screens, it just starts stretching and not looking so nice. So what we want to do is build in that point where all of a sudden at one point we go, okay, we're big enough. Now we're going to add the 2 columns in there. So that's where the media query comes in. So we can add that back in now at media. But what I'm going to say this time is we're going to do a min width instead of a max width of 675 pixels. So now we can say our container flex direction is row. So right away, by doing that, if we come and take a look, when we hit the right screen size, oh, now we have 2 columns and then we have 1. And it's working pretty good. Now, I never set any sizes on this. This is just the defaults that are popping up right now. Is now I could say my main has the width of, I said 75. My aside has the width of 20. And that's it. I don't have to worry about, whoops, I don't want that there. I don't have to worry about overwriting this anywhere. I don't have to go and all of a sudden say, whoop, I also need to now in my media query, like I don't have this as my default that I then need to reset up to 100%. So we've just set it one time. We've redefined it for the big screen because the small screen was perfect. And in general, small screens are much simpler. So it's a lot easier to do all of your small screen stuff and then add on a few little things here and there afterward. So now if we go look, we have our gap between there and everything is starting to fall into place. Spacing on things isn't the most work we sort of have to do is with this. We need to add this line that's going to be coming through on here and just add some spacing between our articles in general. Because if we come and take a look at them, we'll go to our small screen. We are not spaced out properly. The spacing on things isn't very good. These are really stuck together. So we're going to add in that spacing that we need right now. Now, if we come and we look at the original design, we do have a lot more space around my date. This spacing actually looks pretty good, but we need a lot more space here and here with this line coming through. So let's start with just getting the space around my date and my 3 comments thing that's right there. Now, where would we do that? We don't even need to go into our article to do that right now. We need the first part, since we're just looking at something in there, it is actually in the typography. So we can come back up, and that is my article info. We don't have a selector for it, so I'm just going to copy that. We have the read more, so we can come down here and put my article info. I want you to create the spacing for it with 1 line of CSS. I want you to use the shorthand and add in that empty space. So if you weren't sure if it's margin or padding, again, people mix those up all the time, but I think you won't have confused it yet because we've been using almost exclusively margin up until now. Once we start doing more projects with padding, you might start mixing them up a little bit. The spacing's pretty big on it. I want to make it even on the 2 sides. This is where it depends a little bit how you like to work, though. And the reason I'm saying that is I tend to always like putting margin bottoms only, but I have exceptions. Because if you're only dealing with margin bottoms, it definitely makes your life a little bit easier. But sometimes it's nice to have a margin top just to simplify things. So I'm going to do that so I don't have to add a margin bottom on my image. And I'm just going to put this space and this space all on the date. It looks quite a bit bigger than my font size. So I'm going to start with like a 2.5 M and a 0. Maybe it's too big. I think it might be. But I tend to go bigger and then shrink down. And there's a really good reason that I do that. A lot of the time with margins, there's this thing that happens where you always end up putting them too small. And then you think, it's not bad, but no, just go bigger. Always go bigger than you think. So start with a big number and slowly reduce until you're happy with it. So it does look a little bit big, so let's just drop that down to 2. And I think that looks much better. And here's the fun part, and that is going to be adding in the underline after our continue reading here. So that line that goes all the way across the bottom. I want you to think about where you do that, how you pull it off, how you create the spacing that you need on the 2 sides of that line. So if you have to jump into the index, look at the markup a little bit, try and analyze it and see where you'd put that and how you think you might be able to pull that off. If you get a little bit stuck, that's fine. There's a bit of a trick to this one. It's not complicated, but it's not always something you'd think of when you're first starting off with this stuff. So I hope you had success with that and you figured it out. If not, though, really don't worry about it. But what I'm going to do is in my layout, I'm going to come down and down and down and down, and we're going to create a new section here called articles, because I am going into my article itself and I'm breaking that down a little bit now. So for this, I want to take my article featured, because this is the only one that has the underline on it, and I'm going to add a border bottom to it. So that's going to create that line a lot like we did on our navigation, actually. So border bottom, and we can give it the color that we need. We'll give it 1 pixel and we'll make it a solid line. And let's go and take a look at how that looks. So there we go. We have the line that's actually showing up, but the spacing and everything is off. It's just not where exactly we need it to be. So how can we fix that? But we need 2 different things. The first one is I'm going to add padding, but I only want the padding on the bottom. And I'm going to do it with the shorthand just to illustrate why. So I'm going to do 1 of padding, and we'll go take a look. And you can see it's pushing everything inward. And you know what? Let's also give this a background color to make it super clear what's going on. So we're going to give this a pink background so we can look at what's happening. So we can see the size of my featured article is exactly the same. But when I added that padding, it pushed everything inside of that box a little bit. And if we make that a bigger number, it's going to push it even more. So we're pushing all inside. But you'll notice that the border is staying on the outside of my padding. So the border's all the way over here. So if this padding was only on the bottom instead of being on all these sides, it would just be creating empty space right here where we want it. So I can take this down to maybe back down to a 1. And I can also switch it over to padding bottom. Now, if you wanted to use the padding shorthand, it's perfectly fine there. Mention if you're only putting it on one side, I don't think personally there's anything wrong with using the padding bottom or padding right or that type of thing. It's when you're using 2 or 3 sides, it's a little bit faster to actually do it with the shorthand. But if you use the shorthand for everything, it's kind of cool to be consistent, so I don't blame you. So you can see it has created that space we want. My border is right there. Now I also want to increase this space a little bit, and we can do that with my margin. So let's in margin bottom, and I'm going to make it way too big for now just to illustrate that it is working. And so you can see this is my pink box. The padding was working inside, so that's why we have a gap right here. Then I have my border, and then I have my margin after. So if you go way back to when we learned about the box model, it was always padding first, then a border, then a margin. We don't use borders terribly often, so sometimes we forget where they flow into the whole box model thing. So if you didn't get this, it's completely fine. Now this is too big of a space. I'm going to drop that down to a 2, and of course turn off the pink background. And you know what? I switched that, but I think a 2 and 2 looks a little bit better just to make this spacing completely equal. I think it'll look better in the long run if we do that. So there we go. I think that is great for my featured article. Everything is good there. Now we're going to jump into styling this one here. And this is where we had that trick that I talked about. And actually, you know what? I think that would be better in its own video because it's a little bit weird and I want to be able to focus on it or find this video again if you need to reference it. So I'll see you in the next video where we'll take a look at how we can change the order of the content in there to match the design where the image is actually on top. And when we look at this one, the text is what we currently have. And so this image on the left is what we currently have. And we're aiming something that looks a little bit more like this. And you can see there's a pretty big difference between the 2 of them right now with the order of everything. And I said there's a good reason for that. So in this one, we're just going to fix the order of it. Then we're going to worry about positioning things a little bit within that space. If we come down and we take a look, let's go back to our markup here and come down to our recent articles. So what we've done is created our article recent. Inside of our article recent, we have the main and we have this recent secondary. Now this is going to be really useful when we get to the big screen sizes because we want 2 columns. That's the main reason I created these 2 separate divs is so at large screens we can have the 2 columns. Right now though, we only have 1 column because we're on small screens, but we need to rearrange the order of everything. So what I want to do is I want to give, let's come up. So we'll come over here to our styles and we can do our article recent. With display flex, we can change the order. But first, when I do display flex, it has created 2 columns. So I want you to go ahead now and change that back so it wouldn't be 2 columns. I want them to stack one on top of each other. So we do that with our flex direction and switch that over to a column. And now we have it back pretty much exactly how we had it before. But now we can play around with ordering. And this is pretty cool. So what I'm going to do is to change the order of something, we go and we do it on the child itself. So we have our article recent main, and we had the article recent secondary. And on different things within a flex, you can literally apply an order to them. So if I said order 2, and I can come on this and say order 1, it's going to switch the order of them. You might have even noticed that the order of it like sort of jumped around. So if we go and take a really quick look, you can see that it actually has changed. Our image is on top and everything else is on the bottom. And that's awesome. That's super cool, right? So why would we do this? Again, it's to be focused on keeping the markup making more sense and the logical order here as if there was no CSS that loaded in. So somebody could still read it in a way that makes sense as if there's no CSS. And if we want to make visual changes, we can. If we want to make visual reordering, we can, because we have a hierarchy that we're following that still is drawing the eye to the right place. If the CSS were to fail, it would make a lot more sense the order that we see it in here. Now, closer to when you are, the first it's going to come. You're literally saying this should be first, this should be second, this should be third. Just for fun, if you wanted to, you could try doing, what would happen if I gave it 0? Well, guess what? It means it's smaller than 1, so it's going first. Or then, what happens if I give this a -1? Well, that's smaller now, so it goes first. So it's the smaller your number, the earlier it is, and you could have 100 items and you could give them all in order, and that would be a nightmare to control and to set up. But if that's what floats your boat, go for it. But I'm going to stick with my 2 and a 1. If you have two things that have equal order, they're going to go in the order they were originally in the markup. So they're going to follow whatever they had here because they have the same value. So if you don't apply anything, now we'll switch this one back to a 2. It might even be worth putting a comment in your code just to explain why you're bothering to do this. If you think it's not clear enough, or if you'd be coming back later and maybe think you might be confused by something like that. This lesson is focused really on order, but I do want to just finish up a little bit on here. So the other thing I want to do is on my article recent, just add a little bit of margin bottom to them of say 2em to create that space here, just so it's not sticking to the image of the next one that we have in there, because if not, it doesn't look very nice. So just adding in that empty space is a good thing. And again, go with a bigger margin than you might expect. We do have a layout to be basing things on if you're looking back at your layout as well. The last thing while we're here, though, is you might be going, what? We just added some space here, but the last thing you might be wondering about is this gigantic space that we're getting here. Part of it is we have our H2 here that has a margin top, and we have this, which we added a big margin bottom on, and that's causing some problems. And you might be going, well, shouldn't those margins be collapsing? And normally they would be collapsing, but there's something weird with Flexbox and collapsing margins. They don't collapse anymore. That's only for the direct children. So I'm not going to get too much into that. We're definitely going to run into more situations with it, but we need the fix for this little time frame anyway is the fix which we need to do on our site at large anyway. So I'm just going to scroll all the way up to my H1, H2, H3 here and say that it should have a margin top of 0, because we're going to run into other issues with that if not anyway. So if we go and take a look, that just sort of sucks everything up a little bit closer and looks a little bit nicer. I'm going to explore how you could potentially get that to be even closer. When we look at the media query in the next one, where we're going to pull this over to the right side and suck that up even more. That's an exploration video more than a best practice video, but we'll see that. Consequence, didn't notice. So there was one unintended consequence, didn't notice before, which was we got rid of the spacing on our titles and that got this stuck on there. So we'll fix this in this video as well. But the main focus will be here, like I mentioned, getting it to pop on over to this side at certain sizes. Now, the way I'm going to do it now, the reason I'm saying it's not a best practice video as much as a exploration video is because if you had a really long title, this would cause some problems. There's the potential for overlapping, but I just want to show you something that we haven't looked at yet. It's something that I try and avoid when I can, but I want to show it to you anyway. And I think it is fun for the layout purposes on this one and something that's worth exploring, because while you try and avoid it, it's good to know that it is a possibility, and that is negative margins. So I'm going to go all the way down to my layout area. And we're going to go all the way down until we find my articles. There we go. And I'm going to create a new media query because we're going to be dealing with these two pretty much. So at media, as far as the size of where do I create this media query for? Don't create media queries based on the size of certain devices or set devices, because then you can't always do things that you want to do, or those devices, people will make too many media queries because they're trying to match certain devices when they don't need one. Or in this case, I'm trying to really base it on my layout. I'm sort of just guessing at the size. We're going to tweak it a little bit as we go. So I'm going to do 500 pixels for now, and let's see if, see how it goes from there. So inside my media query, what I want to do is select my article recent main. And I'm going to give this a margin top of negative, I don't know, let's start with negative 1em and just see how that affects things. So you can see they sort of gotten a little closer together. Let's just try changing that maybe to negative 2. And you can start seeing these are starting to overlap, and we can bring that maybe up to a whole negative 3, and they're starting to line up how we want them to. I'm going to switch that to a 2.5 because I think it's going to be bang on how I want. The top of the text is sort of lining up. Now, as I mentioned, this can create text overlap, so it's probably not a best practice overall here. So this is my longest one, so I'm going to base it on this title. But what would happen if you had a really long title? It would break this whole layout. So I'm going to show you how we can do it with a negative margin. So if I bring this up really big, you can see it's pulling it up on top of other things. And it's one of the problems with negative margins, but it is important to know you can have a negative margin because sometimes it does come into use and it is useful to have. So that is perfect. Now, the other thing I'm going to do in this media query is do my article info and say that as a text align to the right. And there we go. We have the layout that I wanted, where we have those going like that. Now, the problem is, where's the media query kicking in? Where's 550 pixels? So we're going to shrink. And it's really, really close. But on this one, it's looking perfect. So, it's one of those ones where you have to judge it by eye a little bit. I'm going to pump it up to 550 just because I don't want those to get so close to each other. So it gives us this small little range where we have 2 columns, and then where it pops over back to the big layout where we're going to have to change what that looks like anyway. So that is how we can go and do something like that with a little bit of hackery to give ourselves this fake 2-column look based on the way our markup is. But again, make sure you keep this really, really simple because it's keeping cooking simple. But if this was how to keep your cooking simple, all of a sudden I'm a little worried we have overlap and it's causing problems. So while negative margins can be fun for creating cool layouts or cool effects sometimes, and sometimes you want overlapping content, it's always possible you want 2 things to sort of overlap, and there's other ways of doing it with positioning as well, which we're going to explore later. But just when you use the negative margin, be very, very aware that this is a possibility. So I think what I'm going to do is, while we've explored it, while we've seen it, if you want to sort of rebuild this on your own at one point and keep it in your code, because I do think it looks really nice, with how I've set this up, it's just not something we can do in a responsible way. So we've looked at how to do it, but now we're just going to take it all off because I think it's going to cause more problems in the long run. And it's really important that you keep your code as functional as possible and that it can accommodate for all these situations. So if you're ever putting together a demo site, make sure you don't only use short text. It's sort of like if you're doing a business card template, don't use a really short name. Kevin Powell is not a good name to use. You want to get a really, really long name on the template to make sure that it can work with super long names and that it's not running into issues. So the same thing here. You want to test short titles and long titles to make sure everything will work with your code. So what we're going to do now is use a really interesting property called object fit. It's a relatively new property as far as properties go, and it is really, really awesome. It's actually something that existed for background images, which we haven't even looked at yet, which is crazy. We're doing all this cool stuff and we haven't even done a background image yet. I'm only going to do it inside the media query because I think at these screen sizes, I just want to see my complete image. I think that looks nice that we have a nice big image like that. But when I get to these 2 columns, I don't want my image to be so tiny. I want to make it taller, but if I make this taller, it's also going to have to be wider because we're keeping the image in proportion. I'm going to cheat a little here. These are article images. Article image, I think is what I called it. I'm going to give them a width of 100%, but I'm giving them the height of 300% just for fun and to show you what happens. So if I come look at they're super stretched. They're also overlapping each other, which is a bit of a problem. But we can see that these images are actually super stretched out. So I can't make my images taller without the risk of stretching them like this, unless we bring in something called object fit. In object fit, we have a few different options, but the one that you're probably always going to use is called cover. When we use cover, what it's actually going to do is it's going to crop my image inside of that space. So let's fix this to be a little bit more of a realistic number. Let's put like 400 pixels here. And so you can see it's cutting off the sides of my image. My image is much bigger. My image should look like this. This is what the original one looked like right here. Whereas on this version here, I can see that it's cropping the image. Whereas if I turn off the object fit cover, it's squishing the image. And this looks terrible. I never want to see this on a website. If you do this on a website and you show it to me, I won't be proud of myself because I didn't teach you properly. I made a mistake if you do this. So do not squish your images. But this object fit cover, it saves us. It lets us pull off controlling the size of an image. Now, the one thing is it will crop your image. So while these two are looking great, here we have this little leaf sticking out the side. It isn't ideal. Now, one thing you can do is you can also do an object position, and I can say left. And what that means is it's keeping the left side of my image in instead of the center of the image, which is the default. But now I've ruined this image, and I've probably ruined that image as well, because it's keeping the left side and the left side of this. So we're just seeing like this part of my image here right now, which we don't want. That doesn't look very good. So for this one, I am going to leave it as just the object fit cover. I'm not going to bother with my object position, but I do want you to be aware that that is an option. And I think I'm going to bring this down to like 250 pixels. And I'm also going to give this the minimum height of 250 pixels. If it needs to get bigger for some reason, sure, why not? But I want to make sure at minimum the height is 250 pixels. And I think that looks a little bit closer to what we had in our layout. Maybe we could make that 300 instead of 250. You can see, I think at the smaller screens that it's looking pretty good. It's getting narrow. It has a nice aspect ratio to it. And then as that gets bigger, I'm pretty happy with that. If you'd prefer a different number, you can play around with it a little bit and find something that you think looks a little bit nicer. It's completely up to you. But I'm going to stick with that. I think that's a really cool property. A nice little trick for letting us bring in one image in two different places and having them cropped completely differently and having it work at the other screen size and it's still showing up in here. So like this is the same image that we have here, which is really, really cool and handy that we can do that all with one image instead of having to load in 3 different versions of the same image. Now, sometimes you might want to do that. There are ways of actually loading in different images based on different screen sizes. But as a nice little trick early on, while we're just getting our feet wet with all of this, this is a nice, easy way to be able to do it. Problem here, let's start by fixing this problem here. We're finding simplicity in life is stuck to the top. Now, you could 100% do this with a margin top somewhere here just to push things down. But I like trying to use margin bottoms as much as possible to create space instead of mixing up margin top sometimes and margin bottom other times. There's always going to be exceptions. There's always times where maybe you won't do that. But I think this makes the most sense because you don't know if you're always going to have a title as your very first thing. Maybe you have something else that's actually coming up here as the very first thing. So I think the best course of action is actually to put a margin bottom on this rather than having a margin top on this, because again, maybe another page, the first thing will be an image or to be something other than your title here. I think it's just a bit more robust doing that. So this doesn't even have to go anywhere. We can just do this on our nav header. I think we have a header there. We do. So we can just come on here and add a margin bottom of, I'll do 3M to give us a very generous space because so the spacing here and here looks more or less equal. I think it just looks nice and balanced. If you'd want that to be 2, I wouldn't argue with you. I think you could pull that off as well. So that fixes that. But the more important thing for this video is while our recent articles are looking good at small screen sizes, when we get to big screen sizes, we want this to become a 2-column layout that just looks quite a bit different. So let's go and do that. We'll scroll all the way down to the bottom because I'm in my article section and I want to create a media query. So I'm going to ask you to create your media query first on here and actually see if you can remember how to turn it from a 1-column into a 2-column all on your own. I'm going to use the same breakpoint that I used for my navigation here because I want everything changing at the same time. I think it's a bit more consistent when you do that way instead of just having all these random different numbers throughout. Of course, that does depend on the layout. You saw in the last video, I used a different number for my breakpoint, but in general, I try and stick with the same breakpoints just for consistency and it makes my life a little easier too. Did you get it to work? I hope you did. So I'm going to come in here and create my media query. So it's an @media. I want my parentheses and then my curly braces. I'm going to come back up into here and do my min width 675. And now we can come down here and add in what we want. Now, don't do the mistake where we just start writing stuff, obviously. I've done that a million times, but we have to choose the selector we want first. So the selector I want for now is article recent. Now, we've already said that article recent is display flex, so we don't have to declare it again. If you did that where you put display flex here, it's fine. It's not going to do anything. It doesn't cause any problems. But since we already have declared it here as the general rule, we don't have to redeclare it again. Once we're inside of our media query here, all I want to do is redefine my flex direction. So I can do my flex direction, and it is column. I'm going to switch that over to a row. And right away, we should see now we have 2 rows of content in here. Now we can come on to my article recent main, and we're going to want to do a little bit of work on that. And my article recent secondary, and do a little bit of work on that one as well. So I want the secondary one to actually be pretty small. So I'm going to give this one a width of about 25%. If I go and look though, it's going to be tiny, 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 tiny. And this is Flexbox trying to be smart about things because it knows this one should be 100%. Why is that 100% though? Think about it. Why is this one trying to be 100%? It's trying to be 100% because we never gave it a default width. And by default, any block level element will be set to 100%. So 100 and 125, it can't fit in this area. So it's doing its best to go, okay, well, this one's allowed to be smaller, so I'm shrinking it way down. It's sort of how Flexbox thinks. We're going to get more into actually what's happening with this a little bit later on. But for now, what I'm just going to do is come on here and say this one has a width of 70%. And if we go and look, the only problem is we have all this leftover space right here. I don't want leftover space here. I want that leftover space to be in between the two of them. How can we do that? Do you remember? Go ahead and do it if you do. So to put the space between them instead of all the way on the right, I can come on here and do a justify content space between. By doing that, now I get the gap coming here instead. You might say it's not reaching the end here, but it's because the lines are breaking. If I have a long word that can't fit here, it's just going to go down to that side. So it really is making it all the way out to the edge. It just really depends on the text that you have in there and the size of the screen that you have it at. Sometimes it'll look like it's closer, and other times it might look, and again, it's just based on where the words are breaking. I actually don't like that breakdown of stuff so much, so I'm going to make this one a little bit bigger. I'm going to push you up to 30, and I think I'll bring this one down to like a 68 or 67 because I think that space can be a little bit tighter like that. So cool. That's looking pretty good. We have my 2 columns that are working, and when we get to the small screen sizes, everything is stacking and our order is looking fine there. And our order is looking fine here. So everything is fantastic, except for one thing. And the one thing that's not fantastic is the order here is not good. If we come and take a look, when we're at big screens, we want our image all the way at the top, and then we want to have our info here, then we want to have the title. And that's just not what we have going on here because I put it all in the wrong order when I did the markup. So what I want you to do is we can work inside of this media query. I want you to play around and get that to work on large screens to be in the right order for everything. And of course, once you've done that, I'll go ahead and look at how we can do it, but it's all things we already know how to do. So go ahead and tackle that. So I hope you found it. If you didn't, don't worry too much about it because I was trying to trick you a little bit with this one and make you think a little bit. So if we come and look at my markup, we have the featured article here. And my featured article has everything we need in it, but we want to change the order of these. And say you did article title just for fun. If I came down to here and I say article title order 99, that should push it all the way to the end. It should become the last thing everywhere. But nothing happens. It's not actually changing. So if you were playing around with the order of things and you were like, why isn't it changing? It's normal. The reason it's not changing is we can't use order unless we have display flex on something already. So what I need to do is article featured display flex. But of course, when I do that, it just causes chaos because now everything is becoming a column. I even got some size. Oh, it's just a mess. So I want you to fix that now. And once you've done that, if you weren't able to get the order working, go and put the order on it. And we'll take a look at the rest of it together in a second. All right, so fix the first thing was the flex direction. We want that to be not a row, a column. And that should at least fix the craziness that was going on before, and everything sort of falls back to how it was, more or less. And then what we can do is my article image has an order of -1. Now I'm actually going to make this a -2 because I also want to give my article info an order of -1 to pull it up to in between those two. Because if I don't include that, it's first going to be my image, then it's my title, then it's this, and I want this to be on top there. Whoops, still on my console. So I can have that -1 on there. So first I have my image, then I have this, then I have my title, and then I can get into the rest of it. And it's starting to look pretty good. I'm pretty happy overall with how this is starting to come together. I think it's looking really the Adobe XD file. For our widgets, we have these sidebar widgets that we created here. So we have the div class sidebar widget, and we want to make them look a little bit like this. So they have a really big, thick border on them. The color is not this dark gray. It's a lighter gray than that. I'll let you experiment a little bit, or if you link to the Adobe XD file, you should be able to get the exact color that is, as well as the exact thickness. I'm just going to estimate it and hope for the best. The one thing I'm a little bit worried about with our current layout, though, is this space is already pretty narrow here, and it's going to get a little bit tighter once we add the border and that spacing inside of it. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to right now change the size of those before we get into those widgets, because I am scared we're going to run out of room for them. I just think it's going to be a little bit too tight. So here I'm going to change this width down to a 70 and this one up to a 25. I don't know, we might have to readjust again after, but I think it's going to help us out just by giving us a little bit of extra space there. And now what I want you to do, let's go all the way back down, and I'm going to create a little comment here saying widgets. And I want you to come down and style them as much as you can. It's using a bunch of stuff we've already looked at. So go ahead and try your best, at least adding the border as well as that space on the inside. And if you feel up to it, also doing the typography. Once again, I didn't give it to you here, but we know what the fonts are. You can adjust and play with the font size. If you do look at the Adobe XD link, you will be able to get the actual font size that was used, but it will be in pixels from there. So make sure you convert it over to rem. If you're not sure how to do that, you can watch when I do it, because in just a few seconds after I give it to you, I'll be doing it myself. As usual, though, try and do as much as you can and see if you can pull it off before I take over. So I hope you had a lot of success. Now let's dive in, and it's not just widgets, it's my sidebar widget. And the first thing I'm going to do is give it the border. So I'm going to give this 20 pixels solid, and for the color, I'm just guessing right now, but I know it's a really light gray, and I know EF is a light gray because I've been doing this for a long time. So we can see that it's looking pretty good, actually. I'm happy with that. Now they're also stuck together, so I'm going to add a margin bottom on this to help out a little bit. So margin bottom, I'm going to try 1M and see what it looks like. And it's not bad. It's probably a little bit too tight. So let's boost that up to a 2. But before we go and look at it again, you might be going, well, Kevin, why are you using pixels here but M here? Borders are one of the few places where I have a habit of using pixels, because a lot of the time we have a 1 pixel border, maybe a 2 pixel border. It's really rare that you're going to have a really big size on a border like this. Now, as you can see here, it has happened, but it's not too much. So I just fall in the habit of using pixels, because 1 pixel in M is just, I'm not doing that. If you'd rather set this because it's a bigger border in M or rem in M, and that's what you did before, then by all means go for it. It would work beautifully as well. And before we go and check it out, though, I'm also going to add some padding, and we'll try 1M of padding on that. And that doesn't look too bad. I'm pretty happy with how that looks, but let's just see when we get to the smaller screens if we run into any problems. This font size is going to get smaller. These are getting really, really narrow. But overall, nothing's broken. The titles are a little bit too big. The images are really, really small. We're sort of running into two options now when we're making something responsive like this, because it seemed to be working super well. I think at the large screen size, it's exactly what I want it to look like. So I don't want to modify it too much. We sort of have two options. One of them is to change our breakpoint. And if we do that, we're going to be going through and potentially changing it in multiple places. I don't really feel like doing that because I don't want to have to reconfigure a whole bunch of things. So another option we have is to come on this and actually make sure it can't get too small, because right now what's happening is it's clearly just getting too small, whereas these are working fine. They're not ideal, but they're working okay. So I think that's what I'm going to do. So if we come on to my widget, let's go and find, not my widget, but my sidebar. So here we had our main and our aside. I think I'm going to give this a minimum width. So I want it ideally to be that 25%, but I also don't want it to get smaller than 250 pixels. So that's even too big, I think. Now there's one disadvantage that when we do this, and that's that justify our justify content space between stops having enough of an effect on it, because at one point when we lock in that size, at one point they can actually hit each other, because now that's locked in at that minimum size of 200 pixels, which I think is roughly the right size, because here it doesn't look super ridiculously small. It's borderline. Maybe I could actually change this breakpoint to be a little bit bigger. But while we're here, why don't we just come on the aside here and add a margin left of 1em to the whole thing, which is not a lot of space, but we don't want too much when we're at this really small screen size anyway. So at the big sizes, I think it's going to look pretty good. And then when we get smaller, it's just going to prevent the two columns from colliding into each other by having that 1em of space on the side there. So now we get smaller. Again, maybe this is a good point when we could be modifying the breakpoint on it if we really wanted to, but I'm not hating necessarily. And there we go. And this comes into a really good discussion about when you want to have your breakpoints. And it's really about adjusting to the layout and when things are working or not working. So if you really don't like this, you could come in and adjust your breakpoint at this point. I'm going to say it again. I've said this before. I'm going to keep saying it again. Breakpoints are not device specific. They are layout specific. When your layout is breaking, when your layout is not looking good, that's when you go ahead and create a new breakpoint or adjust a breakpoint that you already have. It's about your layout. It's not about what device it's looking at. Hundreds, maybe thousands of different phones now. They all have a little bit of a different size. There's so many tablets. There's laptops and these little laptops and there's big laptops. You don't know the device size somebody is on. So don't worry about finding specific numbers to use, and adjust it where your layout is working and just make it work at the different screen sizes however you can. I'm pretty happy with this. If somebody's happens to be here, there might not be a million people with this device width on it, but overall, I think I'm happy with that and how the whole thing is working. We could also allow this to get a little bit wider. I just wanted to make sure that we're limiting the max width of it for some people who are doing this tutorial on a smaller screen. They can see it reaching that maximum width. I'm going to end this lesson here because I think we covered some easy things with our setting that up. The last thing we're going to do in the next one is finishing up everything in the site. So we're going to fix our titles. We're going to fix the order on this, and the one forgotten element is our footer all the way at the bottom. I think we can knock that all out of the park really, really quickly. So let's wrap this styling. The titles, they need to be adjusted a little bit. So let's go and do that. And let's go and look at our index first. And what do we call them? We called that widget title. So this is where we have an H2 that it's really useful to have a class on, because pretty much all the styling on our other H2s, we didn't need to do very much on these, right? Because if we look back at our styles and we go all the way back up in our file here, a lot of it is handled right here on this H2. We set up the font family, we set up that, we set up the color, we set up the margin, we did everything here, but we're still dealing with an H2. This one just happens to visually look completely different. So this is where it's really, really handy to have this. So we have all of our article stuff. Let's come right here. So widget title, and let's give this one a font size of 1rem. The color is probably all right, but we need to change the font family over to Ubuntu. Just there we go. And we also want to make the font weight to be 700 because we want it to be not 7,000, 700. We want it to be bold. I don't even want to know how bold 7,000 might be. So there we go. That's looking not too bad. Let's just go look back at the original design. Maybe the font size could be slightly bigger, but I'm going to stick with that. I'm pretty happy with it, actually. Just based on looking at it visually, we want to style these now and actually change the order of things over here. So how can we do that? Let's go and take a look back at our markup and see how we did it. So we had a div of widget recent post, and then we have the order of our widget recent title. You know what? I actually think these widget recent title, so it's looking good. Now, these are too big, and I think these are actually supposed to be the same size as this. So let's come back up to our CSS file here. And widget title, I think what we could do is keep my widget title, but also have my post title. Don't forget the dot, and give those the font size of 1rem here. So we don't need to have it necessarily on that one. So that helps shrink down those a little bit, just so visually they're not as in our face. Now what you need to do is change the order of them, because this should be underneath the image and not on top of the image. It doesn't look great like now. The spacing is all off. So we've already looked at how we can do that when we did all those other order things. Give it a try. I hope you got it to work. If you didn't, let's go and look at our markup. The one reason you might not have is we have this widget recent post. So this widget recent post needs to have the display of flex on it so we can change the order of things that are inside of it. So I'm going to come here. I'm just going to go all the way down where we have our widgets, because now I am looking at layout. Don't forget the dot at the front. And we can give this a display of flex. And when we do that, it will make columns. We don't want columns, so flex direction will become column. So the things inside are rows, and they're stacking on top of each other. So it goes sort of back to how they were, but now we have the advantage of having the order on these. Now, realistically, I might not actually switch the order on them like I did here. I might have just put image and then title. I think it's fine in the markup to do it that way. I just wanted you to practice a little bit more and play with the order a little bit more, since it was a new concept coming into this project. So here we can say that my widget image has an order of -1, and that should have jumped it over to the top. There we go. So we have that, we have that. Now we're just missing one thing. So we can see those here. There's these little thin lines that are coming in between on those. So we need a division here and a division here. There is a trick though, because this one, we don't want to do it. That's okay though. For now, add one here, add one here. I'm going to show you a trick to get rid of that last one. Okay, so let's go and add those in. I'm going to do it like I did before, where I'm just going to add a border. So we're going to say border, 1 pixel solid. And for the color, we'll go with that dark gray that we've already been using. If we go and look at it now, we have a line. Oh no, it's on all 4 sides. I only want it to be on the bottom. So let's fix that right away and go look again. That's looking nice, but I need a little bit of space underneath, and I want some space in here. So we can right away add a margin bottom, and we'll just go with 1em. You'll see I use a lot of try and round numbers, 1em, 1.5 rem, 2 rem. It helps with the consistency along the way. And doesn't that just, there we go. That looks pretty good, I think. Except we don't want this one here. This one is going to cause us some problems. So instead of styling it like this, so I'm going to show you a trick, something we haven't looked at before. I'm going to do a widget recent post last child. So this is another pseudo class. This is like hover and active and visited, but it's saying if it's the last child inside of something, I'm going to say border 0, and I'm going to say margin of 0, because we want to take that margin bottom off so it doesn't add extra space. So I'll explain this in a second, but let's go and look, and there we go. Now everything is getting balanced out. We have a line here, we have a line here, but we don't have a line coming on this one at the bottom. So to explain what this is in a little bit more detail, let's go and look in my index. So we have our widget here, and our widget here, and this is the last child inside of this parent. If I were to come and add a paragraph here, example, and we were to come back, now that we have another item in there, this is no longer the last child, so this now has a border on it. That's pretty fun, right? I think that's pretty cool. So it's always about the state. Is this, if there is a widget recent post that happens to be the last child somewhere, we're going to turn off that border and that margin that we just added here. But otherwise, they should always have it, just like when we're hovering on something. So we have a normal style in a certain state, and when our mouse is hovering on top of a link, we're changing the state. This, instead of looking at a mouse, it's looking at its relationship to its parent and to its siblings. So it's a really, really fun and cool pseudo class that can come up on something. So let's go and take out that extra paragraph that's on here. And I'm not going to save I'm going to do the footer now. I said we're going to wrap up the whole thing. And the footer is so nice and easy. I never even put the text in there. So there we go. We have our paragraphs inside the footer. And if we go and look, it just has that text. The first one is bold. The second one isn't. So let's wrap this one up in a strong tag and close strong right there. And we can come into our styles. I'm going to come up a little bit here, all the way to here where I was doing like my header, my containers, all of that. I'm actually going to put the footer here because the footer is this really generic item that's just everywhere. So we're going to give this one the background of that dark blue. We're going to give it a color. In this case, I'm going to give it white for now. I'm going to come back to this color later on when we're coming back in the next module of this course, stepping up our style, because we're going to show you a cool trick. If you set another color on it or want to actually, use a color picker or get a specific value just to match that, that would be cool. When we do stepping up our style, I'm going to dive a little bit deeper into this. a text align center on there, and some padding. We'll go with a 3M and a 0 because the padding looks pretty big on the top and bottom. And there we go. It is looking pretty good. The home page is all wrapped up and we're ready to move on to the other two pages, which are going to just start by coming over to all right, so it's time for the recent articles page, which is this one here. I'm not even going to bother zooming in. It's so similar to this one. We can knock this whole thing out without even writing one line of CSS. We just have to literally edit a little bit of markup. So for this page, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by coming over to my files here and clicking on new file and creating a page called recent-posts.html. Now, this could just be recent instead of recent posts. It's really up to you. But if you're going to do recent posts, it's either a hyphen or an underscore. Make sure there's no space in there. And what we want to do is come over to my index. I'm going to do Control A or Command A if you're on a Mac to select everything. And then I'm going to do Control or Command C to copy it. I'm going to come over to my recent posts and I'm going to paste that right in there because we have everything in place that we need for this page to work. The only difference between the two layouts is this one is styled just like all my other recent articles, whereas on the homepage, it was done as a featured article. So part of the reason I did this was to show you a little bit of how CSS gets reused across our pages. And we don't have to keep recreating and rewriting styles. We have everything we need, literally everything we need. Now, if this was a real page, it'd probably be dynamic and the content would be automatically put in there. We might have more than 4 posts on a page, and these two pages wouldn't be so close to each other in terms of content, but layout-wise and CSS-wise, they'd still be identical to one another. So if we come through and we look here, we have my featured article, but I want that to be a recent article. So I'm going to copy my recent article here, Command C, paste it in here, and then I'm going to start just taking little pieces. So if you do a Command or Control X, it's a cut instead of a copy. I can cut that title out, and then I can come and put that title right here. I can take my image and I can put that image right here. I have my info that goes right there, and this paragraph that goes right here. Continued reading is the same in both of them, so we can just delete that whole thing and not even worry about it. Now, we can't actually see that page yet because we haven't set up the links to be able to do it, because then the only place where those were linking together is in the navigation, and right now in my navigation, I just have these placeholder links. So what I want you to do is fix the navigation links so you can go back and forth when you're on one page or the other page. Make all of the navigation links work except for the about page, because obviously we haven't done that one yet. So hope you got it working. So on this one, I have our index.html here, and on my recent posts, so we can add that in, even though recent posts, this is the page we're currently on. And then I'll come over to my index and I want to do the exact same thing there. So whether you're copying and pasting or you're rewriting it again here, something that a lot of people don't realize or they don't always think about is that you need to have all of the links on all of your pages to be updated, so that you can go back and forth between the different pages. So if we save that and come take a look at it, this is my home page. And if I click on recent posts, my recent posts is working perfectly and everything is good there. And we haven't written one line of CSS, and we just finished a second page. So this shows you once you're finished one page, it's exaggerating a little bit. You often have to write a little bit of extra CSS, but in this case, we didn't have to write any at all. And we're good to go on to the About Me page, which is a little bit different from the rest of them. So we might have to write a few extra styles, but overall, it is really similar. There isn't a lot for the About Me page. There isn't a lot to do once again, but there is a little bit that we need to do. So I'm going to give you the link to the Adobe XD file once again in the show notes, as well as in the slides in just 1 second, just to make it easier to get the text, but also to see what text is bold in here, because we do have quite a bit of text that you're going to want to make bold when you do this one. And we also have these H3s that are different from all the other H3s. So that need their own style, their own color, their own font size, and all of that set up on them. But otherwise, there isn't that much. Now, the very beginning of this is exactly like we did before. We can go to one of our pages, copy all the content, and paste it into a new page. So I want you to try and do that and delete everything that you do not need. We can keep some stuff, but we do need to delete some other things. So go ahead and give it a try, place the content in, see if it works the way you'd expect it all to work. And of course, as usual, I'm going to be jumping in and taking a look at it with you in just a minute. Okay, so let's go and make that new file. So new file, we can call it aboutme.html. Again, if you're going to have 2 words in it and you need name spacing, do not put a space with your keyboard. Make sure that it is hyphen separated. on my recent posts. We can copy all that, come over to my About Me and paste it all. Footer is good. In my sidebar, the sidebar is a little bit different on this one. We do not need this first widget anymore since we're on the About Me page. So we can delete that sidebar widget. And we don't need any of the articles, but I am going to keep the main there. So let's come through and just delete all of these articles. They're all vanished. They're all gone. And we can just come in here and start working directly in the main. I'm just going to fast forward when I do this part. There's not a lot to it. It's just, we just have to place content and put the right tags on everything. So I'll be back with you in a second with all of the content in place. So all of the content is in place. We're ready to go now and do the last finishing touches on this. So there's not a lot to do if we come and look. I've also been really nice and I've set up all the links for you. So if you go and look between all the different pages, I have put those links in there. So if we come through and look now, all of the links are working. We can jump through between the different pages and everything is all awesome. There's only two things. Is I need to change the color of that. It looks like I made a little typo there somewhere too. We want to change the color of my H3s, maybe change the spacing on them a tad. And of course, we want to make some modifications on this picture because if we look at the original design, it should be able to crop itself similar to how these images were cropping. So the first thing I want you to do is go ahead and do that. We've seen it with those other ones. If we come and look at my About Me page, I've given it the class of image full. The idea here is that I see this page sort of acting as a template page as well. So just like these are sort of templatey pages, if you were to click on continue reading, it could use this exact same layout for a blog instead of for the full blog post instead of for just my About Me page. If you're going to do that, I'd probably have the article tag, the whole thing wrapped in that. So article open all the way at the bottom, article close. But in this case, it's not really an article, so I'm not going to include it. Now, if you're wondering how you could do that, where you're creating template pages, that's not in the scope of this course, but there are different ways. There's languages like PHP, which WordPress is built on, so you could actually make your own WordPress theme. Or I use a language called Jekyll for my personal site right now. I'm looking at changing that maybe to Eleventy, or there's many, many others. There's a few of them that I'm looking into for the next time I redo my own personal site, which are called static site generators, where it's mostly using HTML and CSS. So you're setting everything up with those, but then you can have the content. So if you write a new blog post, it's sort of automatically putting the content into the template file that you created. And we're well on our way of having something that could be taken to that next step once you're ready, but I wouldn't get there yet. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Let's first master how to make the responsive page. And then once you're super comfortable with that, you can start worrying about templating. So for the image, I want you to go ahead and do that. Set up the image so it is cropping just like we did on the other ones. I would do it with a maximum height. So limit the maximum height our image can have, and also maybe add a little bit of margin on the bottom of it. And in the next video, I'm going to show you how I would do it that I gave you in the last. We will be wrapping up this module in the next video, but this is the finishing touches on this site before we move on to stepping up our style, where we're going to look at some of the more finer tuned stuff. But let's not get ahead of ourselves and let's see what we can do. So the first thing is the challenge that I gave you in the last one of fixing that image. I'm going to come and put it all the way up with my other image class, my image style. It could probably come into layout here as well. Because this is all layout related stuff. The reason my other ones were article related, but this one technically could be used anywhere. It could be used inside an article. If I ran into another post where maybe there is no sidebar and it's just this full image that takes up the full size, then it would work there too. So I think it makes sense in this case just to throw it up here where I have my images, which is all the way at the top here, because it's sort of like this image helper class. So I called it image full, and all I want to do is give this a max width. Not a max width. I said to give it a max height. I'm going to give it 300 pixels. But when I do that, it's trying to keep my image in proportion. So I'm going to give it a width of 100%. So it always stays at 100%. But the problem now is it's all squished and he looks a little bit chubbier than he should. So we want to come on and give it the object fit property with that cool cover value that we looked at, where it will crop the image for me. And it's looking perfection right there. And I think my image full will always have a margin underneath it. So our margin bottom, I'll just give it a 1M to give us a little bit of space. And you know what? I don't know if that'd be enough. So I'm going to do 2 before I even go and look at it. Love it. I think that looks fantastic. So I'm super happy with that. It's looking really good. The next thing I'm gonna do is just change the color of these. And I think I'm done for this site. I'm really happy with it. As I said, in the next one, we'll be looking at stepping up our style. So for that, I'm in my typography section now. Let's go and look. Actually, those were just H3s. I never even gave them a class, which is cool. So I can just come here and say my H3 has a color of the bright blue color. Now I did group that with here. I could break the color out of here and apply it, but then I'm being a little bit lazy with my CSS now. We're defining two different colors and it's just always the second one that's going to win. I just don't feel like making another selector for it, to be honest with you, and I don't mind overwriting things a little bit. It's easier than breaking this out, having my H1, my H2 have all of, H3 have all of it, and then another H1, H2 that just has the color. Oh, I'm just going to put it like this, where I'm overwriting that a little bit, because it's going to work and my colors are there. Oh no, my goodness, look, it changed these ones as well. That's not good. So we can go and fix that just really fast. As I said, we're wrapping up right now. So I'd want to come down to here, and those are my widget recent post title. So we want to grab that, paste it in there, and change the color of those, color to the dark blue. And with that, that is looking awesome. We have the darker titles back to there. I'm going to remove that because it's driving me absolutely bananas. And we got one last thing that we need to take a look at. And that one last thing we need to do, it has to do with our navigation. Can you think of what it is while I try and find this mistake here? So our navigation is working all fine. All the different pages are working, but our current page class got lost. So I want you to go in and add the current page to the correct page on all the pages to finally wrap up this site. So all we need to do for that is, if you remember on our index, I'm going to do it on this one first. I'm going to add the class of current page. Let's go take a look. We get the underline. We gets rid of that hover, but these ones are still working. But when I go to my About Me, I want this one now to be that. So if I want to go to my About Me, let's actually make our life easier by copying all of this. And then I can go to my About Me, find the right spot right there and paste it in. And then I can go over to my recent posts and I can do the exact same thing there where I paste it in. So we're saying what page we're currently on. And now when we go and look, all of the pages get that nice little underline on it to indicate what page we're on while we're navigating around. And with that, we are done. We have wrapped up this site. Everything is looking really, really good. I'm really happy with how it turned out. I really hope you are too. We covered a lot throughout this module. So in the next video, we're going to do a wrap up of all the different things we've covered and where we go. So this is a really important note before you move on or before you graduate from Scrimba or you start doing things on your own. And that is, we have a viewport meta tag, and I didn't include it in the lessons of this module. When we take a look in the browser window on our desktop computer and we play with the width, it works really well. But this doesn't fully simulate how a phone will render a page. So the best case scenario is actually testing out the sites you're doing on your actual phone or multiple phones on an iPad, on your Android tablet, whatever it is. We want to actually test across different devices. The reason we have this viewport meta tag, we're going to see it in a second, but mobile devices, what they started doing is to prevent problems in how the page was rendered. When sites are not optimized for mobile devices and small screens, they would render a zoomed out version of the page and then they'd shrink it down to fit inside the viewport of their mobile device. So every device has its sort of default size. So you might be on a phone like an iPhone that has a width of 360 pixels, but what they're going to do is they're actually going to bring in the version, they're telling the browser that it's 960, and it's going to take the version of your site as if it was at 960 pixels wide, and it's going to shrink the whole thing down, and it's going to be super zoomed out. It's going to look like your desktop site, but really, really small, even if you did all the hard work of building your media queries and doing everything you wanted to make it responsive. So to prevent it from doing this on our pages, which we've optimized for small screens with their media queries, we need to add a meta tag to the head of our document. There are a lot of different attributes that we can add, but the basic meta tag that you'll use will look something like this, or will look exactly like this, really. And this can be added anywhere in the head of our document. This will make sure that the page actually loads properly on mobile devices, which after all the hard work we did, we really wanted to do. So once you've graduated from here on Scrimba and you're working on your own pages and you're testing them in different devices, remember to include this in your head. I can go anywhere up here. I already have a meta tag for that. I'm going to go right after that and paste it in right there. So what this is doing is it's saying that it's a meta tag is always referencing different things. We haven't really looked at meta tags, but it's referencing like different stuff. You can have a description of the site. You can have the author of the site. So if we say meta name equals author, content is equal to Kevin Powell. for this individual page of my website, I've said that the author of this page was Kevin Powell, and now the browser knows that. There are other ones that you may use along the way as well. But in this case, we're looking at the viewport one. So we're saying that this meta tag is related to our viewport. And the first one here is the really important one. What this is doing is it's saying the width is actually the device width. So this is where I said that mobile devices would simulate being a larger device and then shrink everything down. So it would say, no, I'm actually a device that's 960 pixels, and then it would take that and shrink that whole thing down. This is saying, nope, the width isn't what you're telling me it is. It's the actual device width. And the initial scale, I don't think really need it, but it's pretty standard to have it in there. And it's just setting the initial zoom level when the page is first loaded. So you could actually have it zoomed in more or less. But I think that'd be really awkward. So you generally want it just to be zoomed to 100% or like the default 1.0 type of thing, to have it not scaled when the page is loaded. So once you're done here on Scrimba and you're making your own web pages, please remember always to be including this in here, because the browser window on your computer is not the same as on your phone or on your tablet. So you want to test across different devices. And most importantly, if you don't want things to look really zoomed out, make sure every single page that you create has this meta tag right here. You really scratched the... You did it. You should be super proud of yourself. But before we get into being proud of yourself and giving you a pat on the back, let's try and remember some of the things we learned in here. So we covered Flexbox. We looked into a more of a deeper exploration into what Flexbox is, and we've only really scratched the surface with Flexbox. Despite there being a lot more to it, we've learned enough to leverage it and to do some stuff with it. And we've done that by starting to play with justify content and align items to position things where we want them to be on the page. So we know we can, on both of these, do a flex start, flex end, or a center. And we've also seen that with the justify content, we can do like a space between or a space around or a space evenly. So we can redistribute the leftover empty space with our content to help make our layouts without having to complicate things and get all the numbers perfect. We've also seen flex direction, which is switching the main axis. So it's taking that justify content and align items and making them work the other way around a little bit, which is kind of weird. I agree, but that's how it works. But we've seen how we can switch the main axis and why we might want to switch the main axis. So in some circumstances, it was useful to do it just permanently, such as on those widgets. In the widget, the little title cards, it was good to do it on those just so we could work with Flexbox, but we could also switch it using media queries. And when we used our media queries, we were changing the way the layout worked at small screens and big screens. And this was super powerful and super useful. We sort of went through a whole bunch of stuff on media queries, but once we started using them, we were just doing the really basic stuff. We're setting some min widths and it's working. And it doesn't have to be complicated. I don't want you to overcomplicate it when you are using your media queries. Another thing we learned, which wasn't necessarily about thinking responsively, like a lot of Flexbox and media queries are all about, but we did learn how to make it responsive, was how to build and style a navigation. It was a lot more complicated than you might have thought it would be, but we got it to work. It looks fantastic. You should be really happy, really proud of yourself, and you should give yourself a huge pat on the back for making it this far. It's a lot of work and a lot of material, like an insane amount of material that we've covered so far. Really, you should be super proud of yourself at this point. Take a break. Please take a break. There's been tons of stuff. You need to award yourself with a couple of days off or a couple of days of doing some other stuff. If you really want, try and build the site again, going back over everything. You have the Adobe XD link. Do it on your own. Don't follow my instructions. See if you can pull it off again, or maybe with your own colors, your own layout, or just try and do your own thing, maybe with a similar layout. So you're not trying to go too far out from what we've done so far, but trying to push things and do things on your own a little bit would be really good to use everything that we've been learning so far. But do make sure you relax and breathe a little bit. If you're going to do any work at this point, I would really make sure it's reinforcing what you've learned up until now. And once you're feeling ready and once you're feeling comfortable, then it's time to step up your style with the next module in this course. But please don't rush into it. Take your time to get there. Relax a little bit. Go on Twitter, social media, YouTube, whatever it is. Chill out. Some Netflix and chill. Whatever it is you like to do for a little bit, just to let everything absorb. And then when you're ready and you're feeling up to it, in the next one, we're going to be seeing how we can step up our style and start making things. You have done it. You have made it through a massive amount of content. You've wrapped up all of that, and I hope you've learned a lot of things along the way. Now, as I mentioned at the very beginning, all of these lessons are part of one module of 6 in the Responsive Web Design Bootcamp that I created over on Scrimba. That course is available right now over there, so if you'd like to go and check that out, by all means you can. It goes in from the very fundamentals of CSS. We're covering the basics. We have this module that you just did. We go into stepping up our style, where it's not so much about responsiveness, but it's just about understanding CSS, taking things up to the next level, making things look a little bit nicer. We get into typography as well as some of the more flashier and fun things you can do in CSS before taking a real deep dive into Flexbox to make sure you really understand it. Because in this, we started using Flexbox, we started scratching the surface with it, but in that module, we really go all the way in, we go deep into it, followed by a deep dive into CSS Grid, which is CSS's newest layout tool. It's the way that large scale layouts should be made these days. It is a fantastic tool. So we take a deep dive into that, and then we wrap the whole project up with a final project where we take everything we've learned, put it into practice, and also add a few cool things in along the way. So if you did enjoy these lessons, you can go over to Scrimba and check that course out. Again, it is called the Responsive Web Design Bootcamp. Of course, you can also find me over on my own YouTube channel, which is at Kevin Powell. You can find me over there with a quick search. And whatever you do, if you haven't yet subscribed here on Free Code Camp, I'd also really encourage you to do that. They just have tons of amazing content here, and they keep putting out some great stuff. So make sure you go ahead and subscribe to their own channel here as well. And as I usually like to sign off on my own channel, until next time, don't forget to make your corner of the internet just a little bit more awesome.